board trustees to order we got Trustee Srinivasan, Trustee Nguyen, Trustee Haug, and I myself present. So our first item on the agenda is closed session. We have a few items for closed session. Item 2A, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8. Item 2B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 2C, student discipline or other confidential student matters, Education Code Sections 35146 and 48918, and 48900, 48912B, and 49060, and 20 USC Section 1232G. Item 2D, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6. And item 2E, public employee discipline, dismissal, release complaints, Government Code Section 54957. Are there any comments on closed session items? All right, seeing none, we will now adjourn to closed session. Right, we'll now reconvene this meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Berryessa Union School District. So first up on our second part of our open session, we have the flag salute. Trustee Srinivasan, would you please lead us in the flag salute? Thank you. Next on our agenda is our district mission statement. Trustee Howe, would you please read us the district mission statement?
Berryessa Union School District provides all students the skills to become lifelong learners and successful 21st century global citizens.
Thank you. Next, we have our norms of the board. Trustee Nguyen, would you please read us the norms of the Board of Trustees?
The Berryessa Union School District Board of Trustees agreed to focus on the best interests of students at all times, be respectful, listen openly, address problems and process, not persons, keep each other informed, maintain confidentiality, work toward the future, learn from the past, equal participation from all members, and to stay on task.
Thank you. Up next, we have item 5D. It's disclosure of action taken in closed session. Superintendent?
Thank you. In closed session, the board voted 4-0 with a motion from trustee Srinivasan and a second from trustee Nguyen to approve a settlement agreement with a classified employee under which the employee would submit an immediate resignation and would receive payment of regular salary and benefits through January 31, 2025.
Thank you. Next, we have adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move to adopt the agenda.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have public comments on consent calendar items. Any public comments on consent? We have one on consent. It's Linkas Zoo. Linkai, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, board member. My name's Lin Kai, and I'm from Chairwood, and I'm the chair of the Mandarin Emerging Parent Advisory Council. So I want to give some feedback about one of the meeting. It's about a move Chairwood MI program to Ruskin. I think first of all, everyone knows this is a successful program, but I want to share some feeling about that recent recent information. Based on recent information, I'm afraid that we are going to see a decline of this program due to some unprepared transition. I want to share two things. During previous board discussion, we talked about give support when move MI to Ruskin, that those teachers go through this SEAL training. But what I heard is there's no or zero support for teacher for those training. And second is there are a lot of rumors being circulated in Ruskin community. For example, some teachers tell their student, once MI move to Ruskin, those students, they are forced to take Mandarin class. We all know this is not true, but by adding those up, you can tell this program doesn't have a basic support, and some transition is not planned. So that causes a lot of confusion. So I want to speak up, and I hope this board can do or this district can do something to ensure a success transition of this program. For example, can we do some better resource shuffling? So we have a lot of teachers already went through SEAL training in Chairwood. Why don't you shuffle those students to those teachers to Ruskin, save money and time for everyone, and better allocate the resource? There are a lot of things I think this district and board can do to ensure the success transition of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next on the agenda is our consent calendar. Is a motion to approve consent?
Move to adopt.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Next on the agenda, we have comments from the public on non-agenda items, and we do have some speakers, so I'm going to read the speaker conduct. For all who wish to address the board during public comment periods, speakers are requested to state your name and affiliation for the record. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board, 5 minutes per organization, and a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. However, in exceptional circumstances, when necessary to ensure full opportunity for public input, the board president may, with board consent, adjust the amount of time allowed for public input and/or of the time allotted for each speaker. Any such adjustment shall be done equitably so as to allow a diversity of viewpoints. The president may also ask members of the public with the same viewpoint to select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint. Speakers are reminded to communicate with respect, fairness, and courteousness to each other and to all present. We ask that you not use the name of any district employee in your comments. The board welcomes orderly communications from the public. So I believe we have 19 cards for comments, non-agenda items. It's just about 3 minutes each. That's over 20 minutes. Does the board consent to allotting more than 20 minutes to allow all speakers to take their full 3 minutes? Okay, so we have 19 comments, so that's about an hour of public comment on non-consent or non-agenda items, I'm sorry. So you guys can take your full 3 minutes, but, I request that if you can do it quicker, please do so, so we can get through everyone quickly, and to also hold applauses and things like that for, to the end. That way we can move it along a little bit faster. And our first speaker is Joe Herman from CTAB, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, good evening. My name is Joe Herman. I'm the president of the California Teachers Association of Berryessa. I'm a teacher. I've been in Berryessa for 29 years. I teach second grade at Brooktree. And I'm here tonight to support the demands of especially our SDC, special ed SDC, our SLPs, and our pre-K SDC, our most vulnerable students. And I want to thank the board for your thoughtfulness, your creativity, your problem solving, your thinking out of the box, and for really listening to our members, because these are the experts. And in just listening, I've learned so much from the Laneview community, the special ed SDC autism program, where I've learned so much just how they've worked so hard over the last 20 years to provide inclusion to our most vulnerable students, our autistic students that are at those sites, those 3 classes of 30 students, and just how, they develop relationship, K1, getting to know the physical spaces of moving from one classroom to the next, being able to support each other in safety, elopement, not marginalizing their students, having those students included in all parts of the curriculum and the assemblies that happen at the school, and really looking at they're experts on the space, the actual space. So tonight you're going to hear their stories again on why the possibility of going to Northwood, of not having, the idea. And thank you. I've heard that, it could be possible to bring 3 portables to Northwood, but there's concern about, marginalizing the most vulnerable students in those 3 portables because it has them stand out. So I want you again to listen to this group and how they have their ideas to include those students inside the building, to create those relationships and spaces and pathways to, provide the services that these students need. And then again, the SLPs are going to speak to you tonight about, their concerns over location and space and testing, speech students that need language and speech and hearing services, and how, they need spaces to be able that are quiet. They need a classroom so that they can test these students in a quiet environment, which is the law. And then according to HIPAA to have, records so they're not all on top of each other, one on top of the other, so that their records are secure and private. And then again, our pre-K, location, bathrooms, the right services for those students. So please listen carefully like you've been doing. Appreciate that. And really listen. And they're here tonight. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. So I have, just one question. Seems like a lot of the speakers, according to your comments, are actually want to speak on something that is on the agenda. So I'm wondering if that would be a better place. I was hoping we could watch the presentation first, and then hear the public comments, because I think there's some information in there that, might be useful for the audience to know. So, I mean, how many basically submitted a card for non-agenda items, but it's something that actually is on the agenda, which is, I guess, the boundary changes and facilities and that kind of thing.
I'll defer to Ms. Gomez, who assisted with the cards.
Yes, many of the cards were for school closure, program placement, and such, so not boundaries.
The presentation under boundaries does include program relocation.
Okay, so basically, so is anybody that isn't speaking on either boundary changes, facilities, or program relocation that wants to speak on a non-agenda item? So those, I mean, I can just hold on to the cards and we can speak during that topic. But like I said, there's information that we're going to see in the presentations that I think you guys might want to hear before having, before giving your comments. Or is everybody here? So everybody here is speaking on something that's related to those topics. Okay, so then we're just going to proceed. I'm sorry, we'll take those comments. I'm thinking we'll have the presentation and then we'll take those comments. That way everybody has kind of all the information at that point. All right, thank you. All right, so let's proceed with item 10A, reports and presentations, local control accountability plan, mid-year update and budget overview. Superintendent.
Thank you. At this time, I invite Dr. McCreary, our Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, who will provide the board with our mid-year update.
Good evening. We also have members of the Ed Services team that are also going to co-present. So we have Thomas Carroll, Coordinator of Student Services, Hong Ho, Assessment Manager, Nicole Paredes, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And I'll take on the financial pieces as well. So this is our mid-year LCAP update. Let's see. So what we're going to do tonight is just go over some of the requirements that the legislation has put forward. So this is something that's required that this mid-year LCAP is done before the end of February, and then some opportunities for collaboration. I'll talk about the budget overview, and then we'll review each of the LCAP goals, look at metrics, where we are with our actions and services, and also where we are with our budgeted expenditures. And then we have a slide on differentiated assistance, and we'll talk about stakeholder engagement and the timeline for approval for the current LCAP cycle. And then if you can ask questions during the session, we can answer questions at the end, okay? So just to read off a little bit more information specifically about the requirements of this mid-year LCAP. So this bill would additionally require the superintendent or designee of the school district to present a report on the annual updates to the LCAP and the local control funding formula budget overview for parents on or before February 28th of each year at a regularly scheduled meeting of the governing board. And so what we have in this presentation tonight is the following: all available mid-year outcome data related to metrics that are identified in the 24-25 LCAP, and the expenditure implementation data on all actions identified in the LCAP as well. So once again, this process is also an opportunity to collaborate so that everyone here learns a little bit more about the LCAP, right? And all the actions and the services and the outcomes and what we're all about as far as our 3 goals that we continue to focus on within the district. And as we continue working towards the end of the year, We will continue to gather information, talk about assessments, look at demographic data, and then also the calculations. And basically the key, keeping this presentation as easy to understand so that everybody can kind of take away from the CDE and the school board's understanding of what the recommendations are to move forward. So just a real quick overview. This is part of the budget piece. And you can see our projected adopted budget there in the second column and our total LCFF funds. And what we're looking at right now is where we're at specifically with how much we've spent already this school year. So that third column lists basically right where we are, I think at the end of January specifically, and we'll break it down a little bit into the next couple of slides. But you could see the total projected revenues about $88 million. And at this point in the school year, we've spent approximately 40 million of that $88 million. And you can also see the focus at the bottom is where our general fund is. Once again, where we are specifically to help support our high need students that are in the LCAP. So that's approximately $5.2 million. We've spent approximately $2.3 million with a difference of 2.9. So that's just a quick overview. We'll get into a little bit more information specifically about each of the goals. So we have 3 goals within our district LCAP, and each of the goals has a dollar amount. And you can see specifically here in this chart that goal number 1, our projections are at 9.4 million. We're approximately at 4.5 million, which is about 52%, or excuse me, 48% of where we are with our expenditures, with 52% more expenditures in the future. Goal number 2 are at $50.6 million. Right now, we're approximately at 23.6, which is about 47% of the expenditures, which gives us 53 million, or 53%, excuse me, to go. And then goal 3, we'll get into the specifics about each goal here in a little bit. About 297,000. We're at approximately 144, which is 48%. So overall, within our LCAP, the grand total at the bottom, 60.3 million. And year to date, we're approximately at 28.3 million. And you can see here in this chart, this is the main focus specifically for the LCAP, is making sure that we're spending the money specifically to help support the students that are identified as our long-term, or excuse me, as our EL students, our students that qualify for free and reduced lunch, our students who are foster youth and homeless. And so at this point, like I mentioned in the last slide, it's just a different picture here. We're projected to spend about 5.2 million on those programs for those students that we identified, and we're at about 2.3 million. So we're going to go over each of the LCAP goals. I'm going to hand it off to some of my counterparts here, but I'll go ahead and read LCAP goal number 1, which is ensuring a safe and productive learning environment that promotes wellness and a positive school culture for all students. And we have Mr. Tom Carroll.
Got it. All right, good evening, board and Dr. Fuentes and cabinet. So first, we'd like to highlight just some of our school climate and culture data based on the California data dashboard that was released earlier this year based on last year's data. We've made a significant increase, or I'm sorry, a significant improvement in our suspension rate. So last year we were in the orange, and because we did not increase, or we decreased suspensions, we are in the green for this year. Our chronic absenteeism, while it did decline by 3% overall, we are maintaining in the yellow for this year. This here shows us what our baseline data is, which is the data from last year. The third column says where we currently are at, and the fourth column is what we've outlined in the LCAP as being our goals. And I'm proud to say that in nearly all of our All of this data shows that we are on track to meet that expectation. So our attendance rates, while we are hoping to have 97%, we're currently at 98.4. Our chronic absenteeism rates, which again is students who miss 10% of the year or more, has decreased significantly by almost 5%. That's the only category where we're not currently meeting, but we are pretty close. And hopefully by the end of the year, that will balance out and we will have met that goal. And our suspension rate data is something I'm incredibly proud of. This is where we've seen the largest decrease. And I truly believe that's due to our PBIS implementation across the district that's helping support our students not being suspended from school as much. We did, however, have increase in expulsions. We've had 2 this year. So this is a breakdown of our suspension data as of the 31st of January. And I'd really like to highlight our Hispanic students, whereas last year by January 31st, we had 29 Hispanic students suspended. This year we currently have 8. But across the board, having 48 suspensions by that time last year and having that decrease to 17 is really an accomplishment. All right. Is that you?
Right. Yeah. So within the LCAP, we've listed approximately 17 action items to support goal number 1. And so they're all listed here under fully implemented or partially implemented. So you can see the majority, almost every single action item that we've outlined is being fully implemented. The one that the team and I felt was partially implemented was 1.6 and 1.7, which is on the next slide. And we purchased the curriculum for Upstream and American Legacy, which is our SEL curriculum, but we feel as a team that it's not being implemented fully by every teacher within the district. It's there. Our school social workers have access to it, but that's one thing that we can do a little better on. And you could also see specifically the chart here for the 48% with the expenditures, where we're at with goal number 1 and the expenditures. Okay.
So question,
Sure.
we're still in goal number 1. So, sorry. So good job on the suspensions, the PBIS practice is working. So the expulsions, are they, do we also consider the suspended expulsions? Or these are actual
Yes.
expulsions,
So we have to consider any expulsion.
right? The 2 students that counted here
Correct.
are suspended expulsions?
Yes.
I see. Okay, interesting. Oh, there's one suspended expulsion. I see, okay. And thanks for pointing out the 1.6 and 1.7 with the cell curriculum. What's the reason why it's not being adopted? Is it
I
too
think
much work?
it
or
has
is
to do with just accessing all of the curriculum. We have a lot of curriculum that we are covering.
Yeah.
And for the most part, teachers are focusing on making sure they cover the English language arts, the math, the social
Right.
studies, the science. And I think every now and then they'll pull in some of the curriculum. Elementary school, I think, does probably a better job than our middle school folks, because middle school, they're going to say that they're focused specifically on the topic at hand. So the science teachers, the math teachers. And then we do have some of our school social workers that do support the curriculum implementation, but we're just being very honest. This is a time for us to have these conversations so that we can say, okay, so what can we do as an ed services team to support maybe some professional development, some little reminders about this is the way to get in, because some of the stuff is online as well. We've had PD where the lady from Upstream came specifically to help support the implementation. So this is a time for us to just, have more conversations with our teachers and with the principals as well.
Right. To the extent that, what I'm trying to understand, does it add more stress to their daily tasks that they need to perform? Is that a concern? And how
Uh,
better can we integrate some of these?
I don't think it would
things?
add more stress. I just think it has more to do with timing.
Timing of the thing. I
Yeah,
see.
because there's so much that needs to be covered within the day. Some of these lessons are 30, 45 minutes. And, like I said, there's some teachers that do a great job implementing, but that's why I said partially implemented.
And these are all are these concepts built into the to whatever the teachers are teaching, or is it like a
It's a
pull
separate,
out
it's a separate curriculum.
thing? I
It's
see.
an add-on curriculum.
Add-on thing to whatever they're already doing? I see. Okay.
So as you can see, the other action items that are
Mhm.
fully implemented,
Yeah.
just to give you reference, the coordinator of student services, check.
Mhm.
He's right there.
Yep.
Right? Our nurse, check, easy.
Yep.
We have hired these people. So that's kind of the big difference.
Mhm.
Let me see. So, we've implemented the panorama survey. So it's subjective also, as far as just understanding what we as an ed services team see is something that we can work on.
Thank you.
Let me go the wrong way. So I'm going to just read LCAP goal number 2 and hand it off to Ms. Paredes and Ms. Ho. Improve student achievement for all students by providing Common Core state standards instruction with the strategic use of technology and providing professional development for all staff.
Hi, so I'm Hong Ho, and I will present the academic indicator for the California dashboard for the 23-24 school year. And again, this data is for last year because we're always a year behind. And so first of all, I wanted to explain the color and how it's determined because that can get confusing. So we go from red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Blue is the highest that we can get to. And the color are coming from 2 data points, the achievement level and any changes. And those 2 data points intersect to create the colors. So for English language arts and mathematics, any changes less than 3 is considered maintaining. So when we look at our English language arts, we scored 29.2 above standard. So when we look at all our student scores from 3rd to 8th grade, on average, we scored 29.2 above standard, which is very high, which puts us in the green level. We declined 3.2 points from last year, but because we scored so high, we maintain a green level. Last year, we were a green level. This year, we maintained green level. For mathematics, on average, we scored 8.4 points above standard. And because even though we declined 2.8, it's not a 3, so we are maintaining. So we still are at the green level. And last year, we were also at the green level. Any questions on the English language arts and mathematics? Okay. For English language, English learner progress, the change would be if we scored 2% or higher, we would decrease or increase. So for this year, 55.5% of our students made progress. We increased by 1.2, but because it's not over 1.9, we are considered maintain. We are still in the green level, and last year we were in the green level. Any questions on EL progress?
You go over that maintain decline. It's like you said, it's a bit confusing there because it says decline 3.3. So our decline from what it was last year for us, right? And maintain, and is that a typo with a minus 2.8?
No. So we went down 2.8, but because it didn't go,
Oh, so it's
3
2
or
separate
above.
data points.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're saying it's maintained, but we did go down
Yes.
2.8.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, I guess this is little bit tricky, confusing to understand.
Yeah, there's a threshold between each color. So even though you may have dropped some points, you're still within the scale for that color coding. So we maintained, even though we did have a slight decrease.
I'm just going to jump in real quickly too. You'll see at the bottom of each of the cards, the equity report, and you'll see from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and there's different numbers within those equity reports. So those stand for specific student groups. So you can see, for example, for English language arts, we had no student groups in the red. But if you look at the math, we do have 2 student groups in the red. And so you're going to see probably at the end of the presentation that this indicator here specifically for math, because it's our students who are long-term English learners. And I think it's, what other category is that? Is it?
I have the data.
Yeah, just so that you know that, some of our African-American students and long-term English learners are identified in the red. And so those are the concerns areas for us as well, to make sure like what kind of supports we put in specifically to help with those significant student groups. Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you, Joe. And on the last side, we have our science indicator. As you can see, there's no color. There is no accountability for it this year because the State Board of Education hasn't decided on what the indicator will be. But there's still some good data points where last year, we're below 3.7, below standard, and we did go down 1.9 points. Again, there's no color, but it's something that we should look into. Going to the next slide. So the next slide is our metrics. So this is what we're measuring throughout the year, and we have 3 data points. The baseline is from last year, end of year data. The mid-year is what we currently are at, and the desired outcome, our last data point, is what we hope to achieve. And for the desired outcome, I did a 3% from our baseline. I'm kind of trying to match it with the California dashboard. So I just wanted to make a note that last year we used a different benchmark system, and this year we adopted Renaissance for both elementary and middle school. And so the first half is our elementary benchmark. And something noticeable is for student with disability and English learner, we increase. So that is a celebration. Student with disability went from 26.14 to 28.9 for currently what we have. Our English learner as well as increased from last year to 37.22 to 42, meeting at or above benchmark for our elementary students. Our African American students actually declined significantly from 64 to 38%, as well as our Latinx group from 44.5 to 35.4. When I look at the middle schools, we're kind of seeing the same trend. We went from student with disability, we increased from 22 to 23 at or above benchmark. Our EO increased from 7.33 to 8.7. And the same group, our African American group and our Latinx group decreased. Our African American 37.37 to 36.8, and our Latinx decreased from 39% to 36.2. Do you guys have any questions? Okay.
A quick question. This might be a big question, though. What do you think could be the reason why our African American students dropped that from that baseline? Do you have any theories as to what happened? I'm looking at the elementary numbers. I'm just curious. Yeah, it might be a big question, so it's okay.
I think one of the things that Hong mentioned early on in the presentation is that we've changed our assessment platform. And so we're really looking at, it's not apples to apples, it's kind of apples to oranges. And so we're going to see that that's actually going to help support some of the work that we're doing right now, specifically with the assessments and then the professional development we just had on January 29th for teachers to really identify who these students are that are struggling in specifically reading and at the elementary and the middle school level. So we just had a very significant professional development day specifically looking at the assessments. Teachers are identifying 3 to 5 students that they're going to work with. We encourage them to select some of the students that are Hispanic and are African American students, monitor their progress over the next 6 to 8 weeks, continue to do more assessments, and continue to work in small groups between now and the time testing rolls around. So we're not exactly sure what the difference is going to be, but it's giving us kind of like a little aha on like what we need to focus on between now and the end of the school year.
And you said the updated assessment tool was called Renaissance. Did I hear that
So
correctly?
Renaissance is the big umbrella. Underneath Renaissance is FastBridge for our primary grades and STAR from 3rd through 8th grade.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, going to the next slide. This is our math benchmark. So on the first half, we have our elementary benchmark. Again, the 3 data points are the same. Baseline is from last year. What we have currently is the mid-year and what our desired outcome. I added 3% to make it match the California dashboard. So what I forgot to mention is the overall performance. For math, it's 62.6%. We increased to 67% for elementary. And something to celebrate is the 4 subgroups that we're looking at, they all increase. So student with disability, we increased from 23.33% to 29% in elementary. Our EL increased from 28.1% to 29.2%. African American increased from 14.67 to 16%. Our Latinx increased from 25 to 25.5 for elementary. For middle school, we went down from 43.1 to 42.5, a small decrease. Our African American students increased 19.33 to 24%. Our EL declined 18.67 to 15%. Our Latinx and student with disability kind of remained the same, around 14%, 14.33. Do you guys have any questions? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Okay, for goal 2, we have 26 action items. It is the largest of the goals as it really is focused on student achievement and all the instruction, professional development, supports and services that we have put forward to support our students in their progress and achievement. And I'm pleased to share that of the 26 action items, nearly all of them are being fully implemented. And you can see the list here. Basic instructional services, our instructional coaches who support English language arts, ELD, at both elementary and middle schools. Our work to support social emotional learning and mindfulness through Dr. Nikki's work and our strategy keepers, SEAL at the elementary schools, English language development at the middle school levels. You can see the list, and we are proud to say that we're fully implementing these action items. Math training with SVMI and classes after school and during the summer with SVEF. Summer school planning is underway and is fully implemented. Mandarin immersion, our elementary art teachers, PE, district technology support, TK, and Illuminate, which supports our assessment as well. The action items not being fully implemented are 2.9, which are walkthroughs with the new teacher center. And that action item came through CSACE initially, and we completed that action item through the CSACE work. And so we are, as a team, thinking about how do we want to focus walkthroughs and professional development through walkthroughs or instructional rounds in the future. Imagine Learning has been replaced with the supplemental resources that come under the umbrella of Renaissance. They're directly connected to our new assessments. So there's Freckle and Lalilo, and they are available to our teachers in place of Imagine Learning. And avid tutors, we have one avid tutor who supports Morrill and Sierramont. And goal 3.
All right, so LCAP goal number 3 is to increase parent and community involvement in education. So some of the metrics we're looking at to determine how we're doing with this is we have our panorama survey for parents. We've sent out the one that we did in the fall, which I'll show some of the results from that in a few moments, but we'll have another one going out in the spring. We have our District English Language Advisory Committee participation, where we have 4 meetings per year, and parents from all school sites are included in that meeting. We have parent education nights, and off the top of my head, I don't know how many we've had this year, but we've had more this year, and we have more scheduled upcoming than I think we've had in the last many years. Several of those parent education nights are with Jamie Koo, who's a partner that we have through Santa Clara County Office of Education. And then we also send out parent newsletters 2 times a month. Those are all ongoing. So the panorama results for elementary school, and this is the student survey. All except for social awareness decreased, growth mindset stayed the same, but self-management and self-efficacy both increased. I will say last year, self-efficacy was the biggest decrease that we had, and so that was really something that we've put a focus on, and so it's nice to see that it's now our greatest increase. Our middle school student survey, the only place where we decreased was in social awareness as well. Growth mindset remained the same, but self-management and self-efficacy both increased, again, self-efficacy being the greatest increase. Our parent-family data still shows that our parents are very confident with what we're providing for their students. Their sense of belonging at school, their safety, knowledge and fairness, norms and rules, climate of support and academic learning, every category increased year over year. All right. So with this, all of the things that we fully implemented are our translators, additional translation support. We use a service where if we don't have a translator that we have in-house, we can contract out to get a language that's needed. We've implemented Parent Square, which has been a success. And then also the parent engagement workshops, where we oftentimes provide childcare and materials, have all been fully implemented. All right, that's you. Sorry, got it.
So as I kind of mentioned before, this is where, as a district, we've been identified as being in differentiated assistance, specifically based on the 2 categories that are listed here. Our long-term English learners, so students have been with us or identified as a kindergartner or TK students who have not been redesignated as an English proficient, are you can see specifically for the categories math. You have 162 students in that category, and we're in the red, and that makeup is declined by 5.4 points. And then the other identifier is our long-term English learners who've been suspended, and the number of students in that group is 181. And so we have to be identified specifically for 2 years due to student performance on the California Data Dashboard. And so the district receives targeted support to improve outcomes for our LTEL students. So we meet at the county office. We just had a little check-in meeting yesterday via Zoom with Beatrice Rowan. She's our support person from the county office. She has my team, myself, and Tanya Adams, our Bayless, who's not here tonight. And we kind of come up with ideas on how to help support some of this work. And so you can see on the left-hand side is our math scores. And so we had already kind of talked about some of the stuff that we're doing specifically this year to help support our math professional development. And so we were able to highlight those as some things that we're doing currently, and also starting to plan for the upcoming school year and even summer school, because we have 162 students from 3rd through 8th grade who've taken the SBAC who still need support with math. And so once again, we can identify those students for summer school support. Another thing that we talked about specifically at the meeting that we had yesterday was, do our teachers know who their long-term English learners are in their classroom? And how can they identify those students and really check in with them on a daily basis? And like I said, the majority of these students are identified at the middle school because they've been with us for 6 to 7 years. And then, as Mr. Carroll pointed out, we're already in good terms specifically with our suspension rates. And so all we have to do is increase one or both categories for next school year, and we'll be we'll be out of differentiated assistance. And so it's just about every other year that we're identified for differentiated assistance. We focus all of our area on one set. We're out of differentiated assistance the next year. Then specifically this year, long-term English learners was a new student subgroup. And throughout the county, throughout the state, the majority of the districts that are in differentiated assistance are because of our long-term English learners. And so actually that was a really eye-opener for our team, because we know this isn't a middle school problem. This is a upper elementary grade problem, because once you get to like 3rd, 4th, and 5th, that's where we really should be able to focus a lot of our efforts so that we can get our students reclassified before they get to middle school. It gets more and more difficult as the students progress through the grades to be identified as English only. And so you'll see another one of our items that we're going to be reviewing tonight is our new RFEP redesignation for our English learners. And so some of those things are being put into place as we speak, so that we, a year from now, we can have the same conversation that hopefully we're out of differentiated assistance. And then as we continue, basically from March until May, we call it LCAP season. So we do these same presentations during our Berryessa District Advisory Committee. Ms. Paredes is in charge of our DLAC. We'll have these same meetings with our principals. We also have several LCAP committee meetings throughout the spring. We have folks from both CSEA, CTA, on these committees to give us feedback and what our focus areas should be moving forward. Dr. Fuentes and I go out to all the schools and have conversations with our students to ask them how things are going, what they feel we should work on. And Mr. Carroll mentioned our panorama survey opens again in March, late March. And then we also send out a LCAP survey for staff and parents in early April, so that we gather all that information, that input, and we look at our specific action items and tweak them for the next year. And then as far as what we're doing tonight is we're giving you the mid-year LCAP. So that had to have been done today. So we can check that box that by February 28th, that has been done. We're continuing to have conversations and feedback from the Santa Clara County Office of Ed. So we have, I want to say, at least 3 or 4 meetings between March and May to talk about where we're at with our current LCAP. They're going to look at our mid-year. They're going to give us feedback. And then we're going to bring that information back as we finalize the second of the 3-year LCAP at the June 18th board meeting. And then we'll bring back not only the LCAP, but the budgets, and have that approved at the June 25th board meeting. And that is our mid-year LCAP. Questions?
Just one question about the long-term English learners, LTEL. So I'm still not completely clear about why we are missing those students at the elementary level. How do they? I mean, what kind of are they? I'm trying to figure out: are they failing the assessments, or how do we determine that they are
So our
long-term
English learners are identified specifically when they enroll in our
Yeah,
schools.
correct.
And so at the beginning of their career, they're given the LPAC every school year. And so some of our students get initially IFEP'd, meaning they pass the test before they even get further than 2 months into kindergarten. And then we have a whole bunch of students specifically that are your English learners. So each year we have the LPAC test, and they're supposed to hit marks. Like I said, the redesignation is on the board agenda. So you'll see they have to pass the LPAC. They have to have some benchmark data that they also have to pass. And then the teachers fill out forms every year recommending that they are then redesignated. So as they go up through the grades, it gets more challenging for students to be redesignated because the tests become harder as the grade level increases. Instead of at the beginning level in kinder and first grade, they're asked, to look at pictures and identify the pictures. Once they get to second and third grade, they have to put those pictures into sentences. By the time they get to fourth and fifth grade, they have to write sentences about the picture in paragraphs. And so you can see the natural progression as they continue on through the grades. The test gets harder. And so the students are still receiving ELD instruction every year. So every day, every about 45 minutes to an hour, specifically per grade level. And so we're doing our best to help support those students, but we also identify those students to help to come to summer school. But as you can see, this one is on math, right? So our EL students that are long-term learners are also struggling in math. They actually did pretty well in language arts. So how do we then transition that ELD strategies to math? Instead of the students just doing rote memorization and doing calculations, we have to open it up so that our students are having more talking about math, vocabulary math, really understanding all of those different components, because when they take the test in the 3rd through 8th grade, then not only do they have to pass the LPAC, but they have to have a specific score in English language arts and math to be in order to be reclassified. So like I said, it just gets more difficult as the years go by. So our goal is really to get as many kids redesignated at the lower grades as possible.
Yep.
Does that help?
Yeah, that makes it more clear. Because what I was trying to understand is, the comparing, correlating it with the suspension rates of the LTEL students, because there might be a frustration because they're not able to understand the lessons that are given to them, so that they might be acting out of frustration.
These are long-term English learners. So these are kids who have been with us for 6 to 7 years. The frustration is probably not because they don't understand the language, but they can read, but they aren't comprehending. So it's the surface level stuff that you could talk to them, you would never know they were a long-term English learner. But when you start asking more academic questions and really trying to have a conversation, they aren't going very deep within those conversations. So yes, that could possibly be why they get frustrated and potentially act up at school, because they're not, having a deeper understanding of the curriculum by the time they get to middle school.
All right. It's I appreciate your hard work. Let's just continue.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Any other questions?
I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to really commend the team and, all the teachers for all of the work that you've been doing with suspensions. I know that PBIS has been implemented at all of our school sites, and it's really amazing, and it shows the testament of how good it is to have these restorative conversations with our students, having to sit down with them and talk to them before we do any further actions. And so I just want to say thank you to the team, to everyone in the district for really pushing for this. And really, I'm always a strong supporter of PBIS, so I'm always happy that it's there. And the behavior matrix is something that I brag about to other school board members too. So we're really doing a great
We just
job.
finished our day 3 training for Tuesday and Wednesday. We had all day training for our year 1 teams and our year 2 teams today. So it's been very well received. And the teachers also had planning and organizing around some of these topics to see what they can do in the classroom and back at their school sites. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda, we have item 15A2, board policy. Wait, no, am I in the right place? No, I'm sorry. 10, item 10B, Measure L, construction bond project program update. Superintendent?
Thank you. And with that, I invite Mr. Tony Conistab. I elevated you, Dr. Tony, yes. Our Director of Bond Facilities and Modernization. He'll provide their monthly report.
You guys always tell me I'm too loud anyhow, so. Updates to all the projects, and then in the back, there's a schedule. So again, the first thing is, the project we completed since last month is the exhaust fan phase 2, so we've replaced all the exhaust fans throughout the district. Next thing is projects that we've bid since the last board meeting. We actually bid the exterior siding replacement project at Vincy Park. Again, we had 17 bidders, which is great. Again, the bid came in under budget, and it's going to be recommended for approval at the end of the board meeting. Next thing is the fire alarm project, again at Vincy Park. Again, we had 10 bids, great turnout. Again, the number is, we're going to recommend for it at the end of the meeting to get awarded. Again, it was under budget. And lastly is the PA project at Brooktree and Ruskin. Again, we'll recommend that at the end of the meeting. Next thing is the projects we're going to bid. So Friday, we actually bid the painting at Vincy Park, the exterior. That actually we're putting the siding, then we're going to replace it. At the walk, we actually had 26 bidders. So I'm confident that we'll have at least 10. Again, that's a good thing. Projects that we have in progress are the HVAC replacement at the old district office on Piedmont. That'll be done at the end of April. The window replacement project at Piedmont Middle School, that's going to start on Saturday. So they're going to start taking off the coverings on the multi-purpose room windows, and then they're going to replace the small windows in the classrooms. And they're going to work through break. And then they'll continue over Easter or April break and then finish in the summer. Field upgrades at Northwood, that's going to start hopefully next week. Again, it kind of depends on, we might have to do some changes depending on what the outcome is tonight with Northwood. Piedmont Electrical for the site, we're on PG&E's wait list. So as soon as they tell us they're going to do their work on the pole, we'll finish our work in about a day. Interior door replacement at the sister schools, which is Brooktree, Majestic Way, and Summerdale. Again, we're replacing the interior pod doors that when you walk into the pods, the double doors, that's going to happen over April break. Again, security alarm and public address alarm replacement, we're working on that so that we'll have more projects that are going to happen during the summer. We're going to most likely do Vincy Park, PA during the summer, and I think Majestic Way security alarm during the summer. Morel fencing project, we're just waiting to finish up so we can go out to bid. Vincy Park modernization, where we're replacing the exterior doors and the frames. We're reconfiguring the office. We're also adding, changing the pods, so create some storage there, and then doing any ADA scope as required by DSA. That's actually through DSA with comments. Hopefully we'll be through DSA with final checkoff in May, and that'll be a summer of 26 project. Warehouse replacement, we're going to go out for advertisement for pre-qualification for all the contractors because it's over $1 million, and we hope to start that this summer. Fire alarm replacement at Piedmont, or I'm sorry, at Toyon and Northwood actually just passed through DSA. Again, we'll probably bid those in August to start at least at Northwood in the fall. Okay, then we have the comprehensive infrastructure renewal and utility assessment program. Again, the mechanical, the HVAC, mechanical and HVAC unit replacement. We're going to do that at Noble, Morel, Piedmont. That's going to happen this summer. That's on track. The HVAC replacement of the whole system, Brooktree, Toyon will happen this summer. Majestic Way and Summerdale happen summer of 26. Solar projects, Cherrywood, we're adding solar panels in the parking lot. That's going to happen after, like mid-August, after kind of summer school. Central Kitchen is actually going to start next week, so they'll start putting the panels up, and that'll take about a month to complete. Laneview, again, will start after summer school. And then Piedmont will happen during the summer, Sierramont, and then the district office is going to happen, I think, over April break. And then we also have additional storage units in the pods at the sister schools, again, Brooktree, Majestic, and Summerdale. That'll happen this summer. Pavement improvements, Piedmont, we're going to redo their play areas this summer. That's on track to bid in a few weeks. And then we're going to redo the district offices parking lot. Modernization of the portables at Majestic Way and at Vincy Park. That will most likely happen during April break. Vincy Park, we might actually start earlier, but we want to get all of that done before summer so we can have less things to do during the summer. Kitchen assessments, we're going to actually start walking the kitchens tomorrow, or I'm sorry, Friday. So we can assess the kitchens so we can come up with scope of work, what we need to do with those kitchens, hopefully to start work in those kitchens and again in the summer of 26. And the last thing is the relocation of the portables to Majestic Way in Ruskin. We're just started design. We've got DSA appointments, hoping again, we'll get those done this summer for the school in August. And again, here's the schedule in graphic form of what I went through. Do we have any questions?
Quick question on the HVAC. Where'd it go? Oh, HVAC, mechanical HVAC system replacement. I know Summerdale had some issues with their heating the past month or something like that.
Yes.
So should we look at moving up Summerdale in the priority list because we are?
We are.
Oh, that is.
Yeah,
that is-
so
oh,
that's
really?
one of, we just can't, because we have to go to DSA, it'll just take longer.
Oh, God.
So we've already started the design. We just won't have it finished until the next summer.
Oh, boy. Okay. No, that's. And one quick question about academic kind question. And I might be mistaken, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I noticed the exterior painting at Vincy Park. I know some of our school sites have murals in the front. Ruskin, I remember, has a mural that was drawn by a local artist. I don't exactly know. So does Vincy Park have a mural in the front?
No.
They don't have any.
No.
Okay. So when it comes to other sites that have existing murals,
I'm
will we
very,
be-
yeah, I'm very sensitive to murals and butterflies that are put on schools.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Next, item 11, Superintendent's Report.
In light of our agenda and time, I'll just pass on a report. Just remind everyone that our students are on holiday next week and the schools will be closed. Our district office will be open Wednesday through Friday.
Thank you. Item 12, comments, announcements from the board. Okay. Up next, item 15A1, Board Policy 0460, Local Control Accountability and Accountability Plan. Superintendent.
It is recommended the board review and approve Board Policy 0460, Local Control and Accountability Plan for first reading. For this policy, we're bringing this up, incorporating new language based on recent legislation. So there are 3 additions that have to go into this policy. The first one is adding a learning recovery emergency funds to be included in the information that's provided for the next LCAP iteration for 2025 through 2028. In addition, there's also legislation that states after July 1, 2027, any instructional additions for individuals with disabilities based on IDEA, that also needs to be incorporated into the LCAP. And then the third component is, given that LCAP through the legislature has defined deadlines of when a mid-year update needs to be done, when the plan itself needs to be approved, there's new language that if for whatever reason there was some sort of natural disaster, an emergency that the board could not meet and convene by that deadline, this language allows for the board to have some flexibility, and you would be able to review those required components at the next possible board meeting that could be completed.
Is there a motion for item 15A1?
I move to approve.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Comments or questions from the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item 15A2, Board Policy 1250, Visitors, Outsiders. Superintendent.
It is recommended the board adopt Board Policy 1250, Visitors/Outsiders, on the first reading, waiving a second reading. And so what this one does is it's again through recommended CSB language, knowing all of the different incidents that school districts have experienced, especially most recently. It removes the distinction between a visitor versus an outsider and requires everyone to check in through our front check-in system unless you're a staff member or a student. So just provides that extra clarity for expectations of who needs to sign in order to be in order to enter a school site facility.
Is there a motion on item 15A2?
Move to approve, and I have a quick question. The staff members are identified with lanyards, correct? They always have their lanyards on, so.
They have their identification. They also have other course means of identification within their site.
The motion.
And I just had a question. I've never seen it, the second reading being waived. Is this because it's an emergency situation? So it's
Correct, just to be able to put ourselves up to code right away rather than to wait in the event of any potential incident or occurrence.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Okay, any other questions? All those in favor? Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Item 15A3, Board Bylaw 9240, Board Training. Superintendent.
This one is, again, first reading, and it's recommended that the board approve Board Bylaw 9240. So there is new legislation that went into effect this year, 2025, and it requires all governing board members who are in office after January 1, 2025 to complete ethics training by January 1, 2026. And then after that, board members must complete this ethics training every 2 years thereafter. And I know that has begun providing those trainings for board members statewide, as well as many of the law firms that support as board counsel.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the bylaw.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Item 15B1, Resolution 2410, approving attendance boundary adjustment. Superintendent.
Thank you. At this time, before we move towards a recommendation for approval, we do have a presentation and you do have several public comments to speak to this item.
Good evening. So I'm back again to kind of go over some of the additional information that was requested by the board from the last board study session that we had on January 29th, just a couple of weeks ago. So one of the first questions that was asked was, can there be portables added to Northwood? And if so, how many can we add? So with that, we were able to go back and take a look at the plans, and yes, portables can be added to Northwood, but based on the current infrastructure that's in place, we can only add a maximum of 3 portables. And then you can see the estimated cost for those portables is about $940,000. And then one thing to remember also, as I know that this was brought up, was that, putting these portables in is to add and enhance the amount of space and not necessarily to house our special education programs there. So the plan for all of the school sites, whether they're getting portables or not, when relocating these programs is to have a coordinated effort between the ed services team, the school site, and the principal, and then our facilities team to take a look at the best placement for those students, and then what type of enhancements are then additionally needed to accommodate those students, whether that be, restrooms, do we need to make any changes to restrooms, things of that nature. So we are looking at all of that. We just have to know exactly which students are being relocated where before we could then do that analysis for further enhancements to our school sites.
So, so what you're saying is we had some of the teachers request to move the special ed program there. So if we do this, we can do that. Doesn't necessarily mean those special ed students will be isolated in portables. We don't know what student population would go there, but it would be enough to add that program to this school.
Correct.
Okay.
So with that, there's a couple of different timelines because while we can add them, the timing for how soon we can get those portables there is the thing kind of in question. And so I'll kind of let Tony come up and explain the 2 different timelines that there are for portables at Northwood. We believe that we can get them located there in time for the start of school. It's going to be a tight time frame, so we need to be able to start immediately, as in tomorrow morning. We need to be able to start this process. And so it can be done. There are some caveats and some pivoting that might have to happen, but we think it could be done. So, Tony.
Do you have the clicker? Oh, there we go. So we did 2 slides, and the main difference between both slides is Northwood is actually located in a liquefaction zone. Okay, what that means is that in an earthquake, the soil will lose its strength and it acts like liquid. Okay, and basically everything west of 680 is like that. So in order to actually put the portables in, there's 2. Normally you would have to go through CGS and get approval, which takes 90 days. Okay, in this scenario, we're trying to get a waiver, which we were able to do when we put the portable in like 6 years ago. Now, the standards have changed since then, so we don't know. So we need to update our soils report. We'll have the consultant write a letter with his findings. We'll submit that to DSA. They've taken up to 30 days to respond to that letter. Hopefully, they'll grant us a waiver. If they don't do that, again, we'd have to do the soils report, submit all of that to CGS. That takes 90 days. So that actually gets us not completing until September. Again, we're hoping we can get the waiver, which again, we did before. But we won't know that until we get the reports back. And that's pretty much the difference.
There's
Any
also,
questions?
if you can also discuss in looking at the location of the portables, there's also a city component to this timeline.
There is, so we might have to add a fire hydrant. We think by locating it where we don't have the, do we have the slide?
Yeah, but so we have a different layout of where the portables can go based on trying to avoid having to do the fire hydrant.
Yeah.
And so it'll look slightly different than what we show in these upcoming slides for Northwood. So instead of being located next to the portables that they have right now,
They'll actually be south of the 2 white portables that are there now. I don't, does this have a, no, oops. So yeah, instead of going all the way across the back, they'll be going perpendicular to the two portables that are there. So basically align with the solar panels. Because what we did is if we leave it in that configuration, the fire hydrant, the portables have to be within 400 feet of the fire hydrant. We're at about 430 feet. So by moving them to the back, we're within that 400 feet. So we're hoping DSA allows us to do this, and we're pretty confident they will. Because again, we've actually been talking to them about this since last week.
Is DSA and CGS, are those state agencies or are those?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that any advocacy on our end could support in them with them expediting the process? Because
We've
we
had-
could talk to our state representatives too.
With DSA, no.
No.
The state architect. With
There.
CGS,
Tony,
we've-
if you can share with the public what DSA stands for.
So DSA is actually the Division of State Architect. So
Mm.
every project we do actually has to go through the review process to get approved. With them, no. With the CGS, which is the Geological Survey, we have talked to them and they've expedited some things, but typically, not always, they'll change. Again, it's all, who do you talk to? Any other questions? Oh, back. Oh, yep, sorry.
So what happens if, if we vote to relocate these students to Northwood and then, we aren't able to get the waivers we need? What would happen in that scenario?
Yeah, so I believe if we didn't get the waiver, I think Dr. McCurry had some potential temporary solutions that we'd be able to pivot to.
Gotcha.
So there are a couple of portables identified for teaching music in. So our music program could be potentially put out a couple of weeks specifically to help support the relocation of those programs into those portables. And then, or not, whatever class we decide to move to the portables, they would be relocated to the music portables. So that would be our intent on how to support if the portables weren't ready by the timeline.
So we could do it, basically. It would just cause a temporary.
Short answer, we can do
right.
it. Let's do it. Yes.
And that was the second, that's the difference between this first slide without the survey, including already potential time frame for adding a fire hydrant if that's required and working with the city, that's been factored in. So if you can go back to that first slide, please. So you see there that we have to August 6th. First day of school is August 13th. Okay, so it's very close. And then the next one shows if we do need to have the additional time built in for the geological survey, then you see there that goes through till September 15th. So a month, about a month after school starting.
Okay. Any other questions about Northwood in particular?
The 940K costs that you mentioned, is that going to come out of developer fees or bond project?
Yeah, so we, for Northwood's location, we would most likely use developer fees to fund that project.
So it will not affect our general fund?
No, so none of these options for moving portables or adding portables at any of the locations or even on the next slide, talking about the interior doors at Summerdale will come out of the general fund. They'll either be out of the bond or out of developer fees. Okay. The next question that was asked was in regard to Summerdale. So can interior doors be added to the pods at Summerdale? The answer to that is yes, they can. However, there are additional ADA upgrades. I think I mentioned at the last meeting that would be required to be able to add those doors. And so that is at an estimated cost of $1.43 million to be able to add interior doors to the classrooms in the pods at Summerdale. And so what that schedule would look like, that schedule takes a lot longer. We would not be able to implement that and complete that work until the summer of 2026. So that's not something that we would be able to do for this upcoming year. So A lot of that just has to do with how long everything would take for the design, for going through the DSA process, and then having the time to be able to do that construction without disrupting our students. That would have to be done in the summertime. So that's why the time frame for this project is considerably longer.
So
And
quick
then-
question. Sorry,
Yes.
Kevin. So both in this and the prior one, I see the bid duration is 34 days. Is that this? I mean, is that standard? Is that required to have 34 days of entertaining bids? Is that normal?
That's about the least we can do is 34
really?
days, because we do have to advertise twice
Yes.
over 2 weeks. And again, we want to make sure that we have enough contractors that we can actually receive good bids. I mean, we've actually gone longer on some projects, but typically the shortest time is about 34 days.
And it cannot go any shorter than.
I wouldn't.
That's what I was asking.
I
Is
would
it-
Yeah,
is it
say
a-
that's the
that's kind of the
required, that's the
minimum
required
requirement that we can do.
timeline. And as you know from previous projects, the goal is to get multiple bids, so then you have a standard for the lowest bid, right, that's going to be coming in. And when we don't have that, we've had to stop the timeline and then start again. So you have to build in for that, but that is the requirement to do that.
Okay, so in particular, this shows what the possible interior doors could look like, but really we included this slide to really point out and show what that ADA upgrade would be. So when you look at those exterior doors and you kind of see that, angled shape of the wall and the berm that's there outside of the pod, currently those are perpendicular and they're not, they don't meet ADA. So it's needing to make that adjustment on the exterior. That's really the high cost of this project and what will take the longest amount of time. The interior door addition doesn't actually take that long. It's the upgrades to the exterior that would take the longest amount of time and the highest cost.
So I got a question and comment on that. So would it be possible for us to consider maybe like accordion style doors similar to the ones we had in our the boardroom at the old district office? I went to a school with pod style classrooms too, and those doors are accordion style. Would that be a possibility to save us
So-
some money and potentially have it also installed at Majestic Way and Brooktree as well?
So to be able to do that without having to do the ADA upgrades outside, is that the
Correct.
question? So
So the excuse me. So the real issue is the actually exterior doors. Okay, so from the outside, you have to have 18 inches on the handle side, right? Okay, right now we don't have that. That's why we're flaring the walls back so we can get that 18 inches. We're not even going to replace the doors. It's just actually moving the berm. That's what's going to cost all the
I
money.
think the explanation to your question is any interior design work that we do, even though it's, accordion door, a regular door, it has to go through the DSA process. What they look at is they don't just look at that one segment that you're actually trying to address. They look at the whole area. And so anything that needs to be brought up to code to current standard gets required to be part of that project.
Okay, thank you for those responses.
any other questions about Summerdale? Okay. Okay. The next question that was asked was regarding Ruskin's boundary and whether or not we'd be able to expand the boundaries to take in some more students from the Cherrywood area, or would we be able to grandfather in any of those students from that area that's currently proposed to go to Summerdale? So the answer to that is no, there is not enough classroom capacity at Ruskin to be able to include that entire area across all grade levels. So even though it's not a large number of students within there, we don't have the capacity with our current ratios that are within our agreement with CTAB, and we don't have the physical space. And where we really see a lot of that is in the lower grades. So when we're looking at fifth grade, for instance, we do have capacity at fifth grade to be able to potentially grandfather in the 12 current fourth grade students within that residential area. And we would be able to have the capacity at Ruskin to grandfather those students in, but really in the grades that are TK through 4, we do not have capacity at the current projections for those grade levels to be able to do that. I do want to remind everyone that there is the intra-district transfer policy, so if there is space for 1 or 2 students, we would be able to have the allowance for some of those to be approved. But as of right now, there's not sufficient room based on those ratios and based on the amount of physical space at Ruskin to be able to do that.
And also just note the data to determine, how many students live in that area was pulled from our demographer's report. That's what we base all of our projections on. And his numbers do not include Mandarin students that live in that neighborhood. He had separated them out as a separate program. So so in that neighborhood, we have a total of 52 students that are not involved in the Mandarin program that reside in that area. And so that was too large of a number across grade levels for us to add that neighborhood into the Ruskin boundary. So then what we had to look at next was by grade level, was there any opportunity by grade level? Because even though, there's maximum classroom usage at the school, you still have variance numbers of students class to class, but we do have our class size ratios that we have to abide by. So then we go and count by grade level, how many seats might there be extra to be able to support those 52 students. And we weren't able to do sufficient space by grade level for all of them, only at the current 4th grade going into 5th grade.
The concern for those families was to, continuity, basically. That's an impacted school, and that's the only school that's being split into 3. The other 2 schools are split into 2. So there's a concern about losing those peer relationships that are built from this thing. And I appreciate the fact that we are, at least for the graduating students, we are able to keep them with their friends so they can graduate together and go to middle school. So as far as keeping that, what do we want to call it, friendships or peer relationships, what kind of support do we provide the families and the students, because they're going to lose at their age they call friends, but we refer to them as peer relationships. So it is going to be challenging for those 40 odd students that are left, they'll just be going only to only those 40 will be going to Summerdale, and then the rest of their peers will be going to Brooktree and Ruskin. So they will likely feel isolated. So what kind of support systems can we provide them? And again, the question again is, we'll and I think you already mentioned that we could look at it on a case by case basis. If there is availability in that particular grade level, especially
Right.
Looking at our enrollment projections going down next year and the year after. And I understand that the attendance numbers don't stabilize until a couple of weeks after school starts.
Right.
So at that point, if those families still are interested in any of those families, I'm not saying all 40 want to go to
Sure.
Ruskin. Any of those families are interested in staying with their peers at Ruskin, will they get like a priority or whatever you want to call it?
So one thing we've shared is for all of our families, not just Cherrywood families, but our Laneview families, our Toyon families, they're all at impacted sites based on this decision. And so we had shared once the boundary decisions were made, then we'd be able to inform our families of which school they would be assigned based on this new decision. Then from there, we also know that there could be particular hardships that families will have. And that's where our intra-district permit policy will come into play. And our families at these impacted schools will have first opportunity for us to review their circumstances to be able to help prioritize where that best placement would be for them. Knowing that friendships is a concern, but also knowing transportation is going to be a concern for some families, childcare support, in certain neighborhoods is going to be a concern. And that's where that review process comes in to try to be able to support, those families that have those needs. And that's what that intra-district policy allows for, in addition to families just wanting to choose a different school other than their neighborhood school. We get those requests each year. But for going into this next school year, we would prioritize our families in the impacted sites first before any of the other requests came through. And then you also asked just about supporting the students. And I just want to remind, all of our families that we have, social emotional supports. We have our social workers who are phenomenal. And, I know Tom Carroll, who was up here talking about PBIS and all of those things, he also oversees, working with our social workers and talking through transition opportunities for support, talking about lessons that we can provide in class for students, about making new friends, about making those transitions. Last board meeting, we talked about the partnership we've established with the County Office of Ed, with Jamie Koo, and putting together parent workshops across the district, helping parents talk with children about these changes and how to monitor their children if they, are feeling anxious about the adjustments being made. And then, again, waiting for this boundary decision to be made so we can also pair up communities in thinking about welcoming activities and transition activities that can help get a head start of establishing new communities before the fall happens.
Thank you for that. I want to add, for the sake of the benefit of the community here and those who might be listening online, on a personal note, my children started off in a private school, then they moved to public school, and my older daughter went to a different, it was transferred from Cherrywood to Ruskin. Kids are pretty resilient, so I don't think we need to, be concerned about too much about not being able to establish those friendships. It's just that initial shock or whatever is a change of environment, and which is why I was asking about those support elements for those students. That initial thing, uncertainty about what is this site? I don't know this teacher, I don't know the students, I cannot find any familiar faces. But at the end of the day, our teachers are phenomenal. Our support staff is amazing. Kids are pretty resilient, so they will be okay. Both of my daughters are normal. It's all relative, but they're well accomplished children, so they did okay. So kids will be okay. But thank you for providing that the support elements for the initial few weeks to make sure that they're able to have that soft landing, so to speak. So, thank you.
How many fourth grade classes are there at Cherrywood right now?
Cherrywood, there are 4.
Not including Mandarin immersion, because those students stay together.
1.5.
So 1.5. So basically, this is like a third of the students.
So there's 12 students right now that would be in 4th grade, that are in 4th grade, that are assigned to go to Summerdale.
Right, yeah, no, I
as
mean,
part
it's
of
just
this.
that, if one of the concerns is these 12 fourth graders are going to be isolated, I mean, if that's one class and it's half the students, then, they're going to have 12 friends that they knew the year before. If they end up at Summerdale. I'm not opposed to, grandfathering them in. I'm just wondering, are there any drawbacks to that as opposed to, just letting them do it through the intra-district transfer process?
I mean, from the perspective of us and our boundaries, because there's space either way. It's
So we
really
grandfather them in and it wouldn't be any any detriment to any other staff or, I mean, I'm not staff, but,
Other
students, other students or other school sites or anything like that?
Not based off of the projections that we have right now.
Okay.
So there would still be, so even moving those students, it's not maxing out those classes at that grade level at Ruskin. It does look like at Summerdale, the classes are sort of, are close to the maximum. So it would alleviate some of that
Okay.
if we did do that. However, those are all projections. And so it may shake out a little bit differently.
And then also so right now we haven't touched the middle school boundaries, which we might do in the future. But whether they attend Summerdale or Ruskin, these 12 students, it doesn't matter where they're going to go to middle school at this point?
Correct.
At this point in time, no, because our current middle school boundaries are staying the same, and they'll be in place for that next year.
Anything else regard to Ruskin and the grandfathering of the students? Okay.
All right, so our revised program relocation. So this is kind of where we're at specifically with our programs. So as we have heard, our Mandarin Immersion program is moving from Cherrywood to Ruskin. We have 12 classrooms, pretty much going to take every existing classroom and additional portables to support that to happen. Our SDC preschool, all 6 of those classes are currently located at Toyon. So right now, because of the space available, there is no space for an additional preschool at Northwood. So Brooktree, Majestic Way, and Summerdale are our sister schools. So all 3 of those schools will be the preschools will be inside the school in the pods within the availability of restrooms. At Noble, the preschool will be located within the wing where the kindergarten and the TK classrooms are. So there's a bathroom very close by at Noble as well. And at Vincy Park, the 2 preschool classes will be taking over the Sunshine School where they're located out in the portables. And Tony mentioned that we're going to be working on the flooring and adding the correct bathrooms to help support the students specifically for those portables. Our SDC autism class, the recommendation is to move the 3 classrooms that are currently at Laneview to Northwood inside of the building, making sure that those classrooms specifically are seated next to grade level equivalents. I have already talked to the current principal. We're already looking at schematics on what the best fit is for these autism programs, and then which of those portables or which of those current classrooms specifically at Northwood would then be put out into the portables. And usually when it comes to portables, our upper grade classrooms, 4th and 5th grade, are probably the easiest to move out into the portables. So we've had conversations. Right now there's 2 existing portables. So then there'll be 5 portables at Northwood. And so that would probably be a combination of like our 4th and 5th grade classes, but not all of them, because we do have a number of 4th and 5th grade classrooms projected to be housed at Northwood for next year. So we are then moving on to the SDC autism program. There's 1 classroom at Toyon, and so that frees up space specifically at Summerdale because we had the Laneview teachers being moved to Summerdale. So now we do have more capacity at Summerdale. And once again, this is a K2 class. And so working with the principal on locating that classroom within the pod nearby one of the kinder or 1st grade classrooms, so they could also have opportunity for inclusion as well. And then we have 2 other mild moderate classes. We have 1 housed at Cherrywood and 1 housed at Ruskin. And both of those programs are going to be relocated for Vincy Park. So as you can see, and then we also have the county office programs. We have 2 classrooms located currently at Toyon, and we can potentially move those 2 classrooms at Summerdale. And as you can see, specifically with our preschool And our autism programs, we want to, as much as we can, but not always because of space availability, to have that preschool experience all the way to 5th grade at one school site. And the same thing goes for our mild moderate program at Vinci Park. So those same students could potentially start in the preschool class and go through all the way through 5th grade with their peers and their students, the cohort, to get promoted from 5th grade. The one thing that we didn't add to the revised program relocations is the assessment center. It's not really a program, but it is a classroom that the school psychologists and SLP house students to come in and be tested specifically for speech and placement in our preschool classrooms. And we're looking at moving that from Toyon to Northwood. And so from here, I think Kevin or myself, we can just go over right now. This is looking at where we had housed the programs at our last meeting, and there's no changes specifically at Brooktree. Same thing with Majestic Way. We're going to continue to have the same programs that we projected at a couple of weeks ago at Majestic Way, which is the SDC preschool and the current 2 mild moderate classes. Same with Noble. We'll have 1 SDC preschool, 2 mild moderate programs or classrooms, and 4 of the PPP, which is the parent participation program classrooms. And now you'll see with the yellow, those are the changes. So the changes is the projected number of students goes up to 587. We're adding those 3 autism classes. And once again, we're adding those preschool assessment center, which isn't students that are housed specifically at Northwood. It's visitors to Northwood that would then be tested. So there's no new students in that preschool assessment center. It's just a place for our team to assess the students. And you can see at the bottom of that, I'm taking your thunder. Is that okay? At the bottom of the map, you can see that the 5 portables, the 2 current portables are in white, and then the 3 additional portables that would be added are in the blue at the bottom of the screen there. Ruskin, once again, the 12 Mandarin immersion programs, your science lab, your gym could be maintained. Number of projected students at 691. Summerdale has the change of 462 students. And once again, we're going to keep the SDC Autism Preschool here to help support that autism program, which is a K-1 program that's being moved from Toyon, and then house the 2 county office programs that I think there's about at least 15 students in those 2 classrooms. And the majority of those students are our own Berryessa students. So we want to make sure that we don't move those students out of our district. We want to continue to help service them, and potentially they can come back into one of our schools and programs. And then with the Vinci Park program, there were a number of additional special ed programs that we had identified at the last meeting. And so then we went down to 2 preschool classes and 2 mild mod programs. So in cabinet, we went through and we added up how many specific special ed programs were at each site, so that we didn't have one site overrepresented or underrepresented based on space. And so at this point, there's approximately 4 to 5. I think 4 is pretty much the average. I think Brooktree has the additional program because we're adding the preschool, which would be at 5, and then there are some that are at 3. But for the most part, it's between 3 and 5. There's no outliers of 7. And of course, at Ruskin, there's no space for any additional special ed programs. And Ruskin will be completely full. Did I do a good job there answering that? So there you go. It's a tag team approach. We're working collaboratively through this whole process and hoping to help support as much as we can for teachers.
Question. So going back, sorry about that. So going back to the Ruskin, what is it called? Ruskin population. So Ruskin is maxed out at 691 plus if we grandfather the 12 students. So there are two things I wanted to ask is if I remember correctly, Cherrywood had overflow students from other school sites that came into Cherrywood that have been at Cherrywood for I don't know how many years, but so those students, will they be sent back to their
So each
home
year
schools? How does
with
that
the
work?
overflow students, part of what we do in our department as well is we communicate with the parents. So we ask them specifically that exact question. You've been overflowed from Brooktree to Cherrywood. You have the opportunity to come back to Brooktree. Check yes. If you would like to stay, check no. And so we give that opportunity. Of course, that's going to be a little different this year because of the school closures, but we always give the opportunity for parents that are overloaded to come back to their original schools. And I think those numbers are also incorporated in Kevin's numbers because we pulled that data specifically when we're adding up all these number of students. So we're already incorporating those numbers into the 691. So if, for example, like you said, Cherrywood students, I know specifically at Laneview, we overloaded about 15 TK students to Cherrywood. And so those students would be then given the opportunity back at, well, not at Laneview because the school's closing, but based on their address, then they would be identified to what school that they would be located and moved to.
And again, going back to Ruskin, if the school is at capacity for the upcoming school year, and there are a few new students to our district that live in the Ruskin attendance boundary, get registered. So I'm assuming they'll get overflowed.
Within each grade level, there's a little wiggle room,
I see,
right?
okay.
So at first grade, there might be 2 or 3 slots. Second grade, there might be 2 or 3 slots, but we're not talking more than 2 or 3 slots per grade level.
Anything beyond that, they'll get overflowed, will they? So even though their home
But
school
these
is
are also
Ruskin.
projections, right? So we
That's
don't
true.
know exactly for sure that all these students are going to land. We have a lot of students that move over the summer. Things change over the summer. Their parents get a new job. They move to a different district. They move out of state. So these are all assumptions.
Right. And our enrollment is still projected to decrease over the next 5 years, so there'll be even more room in the future. So do the test scores of, say, the special ed students, do those factor into the overall test scores of the school? Because I know there might be this perception now that, if that's the case, pretty much every campus has special ed except Ruskin. So, I mean, it already has this perception of, it's quote unquote better than the other schools. So with, if the special ed program, the students of the special ed programs affect the overall scores of the schools,
Okay.
is it going to
So-
then have this, even better perception that it's even better than our other schools, which might, because of how the students in those populations perform, that, it's even
So
better than.
specifically for our autism program, they don't take the exact same SBAC test. They have a very different test that they take. And so I wasn't talking about that. But I liked your answer. So for example, if we move the students from Laneview to Northwood, we're talking maybe 12 students total that would be taking these tests. And then there are a lot of accommodations and modifications for these students when they're taking the test. So it's not going to make a big difference in their overall achievement. And but we do have to test them. That's part of the process. And so within the IEP team, the teachers then ask, for accommodations, modifications to be listed. And sometimes they're given an alternative test if the students are at a academic deficit where they would qualify for a different type of test. And so like your question is, we have these programs already at most of our schools. We're going to just, for parity, I think it makes the most sense to just distribute them as much as we can. And overall, I think a test score is a test score. And so we just have to be very open to how we can support our students moving forward in every way possible beyond a test score.
Oh, I just wanted to quickly clarify for the overflow students as well. So if an overflow student currently goes to Cherrywood and then they don't necessarily want to go back to the home school that they were overflowed from, would they have priority then to have the inter-district transfer for that review since they're impacted?
So we'll try our best to do everything we can to get the students to the school that their parents want, right? But at this point, you can see there's going to be very little wiggle room at Ruskin. And so if we have a number of parents who want to transfer into Ruskin, it's going to be very difficult for that to happen. And so we do our best. We communicate with parents. We have conferences, lots of things happen with our parents, making sure that we do the best to place them where transportation, like Dr. Fuentes, there's different childcare issues. Those are the things that we really take into consideration when making sure that the students get housed appropriately at the site, that the parent needs that closeness to their home for those kind of extra support that is needed. And so we have our translators that also communicate and talk to our parents and do the best that we can.
Thank you. And I also wanted to flag too, since we have some autism programs going into pod schools as well, can we give extra care and just be mindful that they are in a pod? And so just making sure that they have that barriers if they need it or any kind of, just want to make that comment too. But yeah. My only
Another question about sorry, did you have something else, Trustee? Another question about the preschool assessment center. Did you mention that it's moving from Toyon, it'll be relocated to Northwood? Is that correct?
Yeah. So
I was just curious, what are the things that happen in the preschool?
So I
assessment center?
mentioned these are students that are coming to us that are 3 years old, 4 years old, being referred from their doctors specifically for speech delays, for potential enrollment into our preschool program. So it's it's where the school psychologist is housed, and the SLP, the speech and language pathologist, can come in and also do some of the testing. And so right now, our school psychologist has an office already in a smaller room at Northwood. So then that helps us not have to move her. And so we would just be able to move some of those services specifically to Northwood. But once they have gone through the assessment process, then they're placed specifically in a preschool class. And so they're doing testing 3 to 5 days, potentially an hour here, a couple hours there, and then they're placed appropriately into those 6 classrooms that we listed.
Right. And is it, I'm just trying to look at the schematics that you presented. I'm just curious where it is located now and where it will be located in.
Well, like I said, it's the school psychologist's office in Northwood, and I don't know. Yeah, it's a smaller little room. It's not a classroom.
I see. And is there sufficient space for them to do their full assessment, make sure that they have all that, whatever they need, there's no interference from noises, external noises and things like that. That we are mindful of all those things when we do this. It's okay. All right. Good.
So now I know we probably have more questions, but I'm gonna let the public comment happen, and then that'll probably trigger more questions from the board. So let's continue now with public comments. Oh yeah, sure. Yes, please just. Yeah, no. If we have students, please. We don't want you to be late to school tomorrow. So come on and just let me know your name, and then I'll pull your card. Make sure. Okay, the blue cards. These two. Okay. So it's Jarrett and Tina.
And then it's Rain and Jessica.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Jarrett DeVera, and I'm a 4th grader at Ruskin Elementary. I'm here today because my mom told me to always speak my mind and share my story. I had a speech delay and actually did not start talking until I was almost 3.5 years old. Thanks to the speech pathologist and resources re- resources such as IEP at BUSD, I was able to catch up to my peers by the first grade. I want to make sure all students, such as myself, benefit from these resources and that the therapists receive all the support needed to maintain and ensure these programs are successfully managed and carried out. I don't think that's too much to ask of the board and superintendents. I think it's only fair that we treat our pathologists and therapists as true hardworking educators and that they receive 100% of our support. All students matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, up next, Tina.
Good evening, board and supers. My name is Tina DeVera, and I am a proud parent of 4 kids, that being one of them. I wanted to expand further on what my son Jared had touched upon. I take a strong stand and advocate for the vital resources and program at BUSD. Amazing how much he's developed from not speaking at 3.5. Other students can benefit the same amount. As you can tell, IEP hits very dear to me because not only my son, but my other son was also in the program. Thank you to BUSD for continually supporting it, but I feel as if with the closures and consolidations, things are going to start changing. And I want to ensure that the continued existence of this at our district is fully behind IEP and our SLPs. There's no certainty how these programs will be sustained successfully in the upcoming years, as soon as 1 to 6 months. But I do urge the board and the superintendents to take a stronger commitment in ensuring that these educational services, such as IEP and SDC and, all the SLPs, are not placed on the back burner. They deserve the full support. They have insurmountable number of caseloads given to them year after year. And perhaps maybe we can give them more staff, therapists, more aid and assistance. I think Trustee Jay had mentioned some of the locations, they get like a small space. They have to move their materials in their trunks. And testing them that's a disservice to them. They need the right amount of space for these kids to develop and to be tested. I promote them and I hope that they get better and higher recognition, more consistent structure, designated space on campuses, not just moving from campus to campus and rotating different weeks without a structure. Real quick, my second concern I wanted to address is the SCC program and classes. My heart does go out to Laneview for the decision to close one of the largest SCC and autistic program in Berryessa, now being relocated and displaced to other elementary schools. With that said, our school, Ruskin, also has a small classroom dedicated for SDC, and they too will be relocated. Now, I wanted to ask the board and the supers to take a second look at that. I mean, the space that we're allowing our SDC at Ruskin only fits about 10 kids. We can't fit a full classroom in there, and to displace these SDC students with their siblings already attending Ruskin will not only be a disservice, but will be very much, leaving these families left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Rain Bustos.
Hello, District Board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Rain Bird, and I am a 3rd grader at Ruskin. I want to share why it is so important for Miss Blackshire to stay our principal. She is an She is a awesome person I can relate to and communicate with, and she truly cares about our school. She is always involved, always uplifting us, and always making Ruskin a better place. One of my favorite things is High Five Fridays when we all dance together. It brings so much joy to our school. Please don't take my principal, Miss Blackshire, is incredible, is an incredible leader, and she's someone I look up to. Ruskin won't be the same without her. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Bustos?
Good evening, District Board. My name is Jessica Bustos, a proud Ruskin parent. As a family deeply rooted, invested in the longevity and success of Ruskin, we look forward to welcoming, first of all, the Mandarin Immersion Program and all the incoming families. We are committed to supporting this transition to ensure it is as smooth and successful as possible for all students and staff. A strong, inclusive leadership team is essential to making this process work, which is why I am speaking tonight to express our strong support for Principal Blackshire and urge you to keep her in this current role. Principal Blackshire has been an invaluable lead in our school's community, fostering an environment that prioritizes diversity, inclusion, and fairness. She has worked tirelessly to create a welcoming atmosphere where all students and families feel supported and valued. Her dedication to equity and her passion for education have been instrumental in making Ruskin a place where everyone can thrive. Beyond her leadership in day-to-day school operations, Principal Blackshire has been especially committed to ensuring that the new incoming families feel heard and supported as we all transition into our new community. She fosters a culture of belonging, which is critical as we move forward with the Mandarin Immersion Program and continue to grow as a diverse school. Losing her at this pivotal moment would be a great disservice to our students, staff, and families. I respectfully ask you to consider the voices of our community and recognize the profound impact that Principal Blackshire has had on our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Julie Finkel. Okay. Let's see. Mary Grace Cerezo. Oh, it's Julie?
Hi, so sorry, I'm not Julie. But we were all going to speak as a group as SLPs, if that's all right?
Sure.
Okay, great. 1 second, let me pull up my speech. Yes, I am Miriam Cantor. Good evening, everyone. And I'm a speech language pathologist. My primary work site is Toyon Elementary School, but I also see some students at other sites. When I tell people I am a speech language pathologist or SLP or speech therapist, they usually say something like, oh, so you teach kids how to say their R sound. This is true, but we do so much more than that. In addition to teaching students how to correctly pronounce all sounds in the English language, not just the R, we work with students who have difficulty understanding language and expressing themselves clearly. We help students who stutter feel more comfortable talking. We teach social skills. And when students aren't able to communicate all of their needs through speaking, we help them develop alternative methods for communication, such as using icons, sign language, and voice-generating devices. If you're thinking that's a lot, and it is, hang on, because I haven't even mentioned the assessments, IEPs, and paperwork. I could talk about the hours we spend laminating materials, building relationships with parents and families, and responding to emails, but I hope you get the idea. We're really busy. All of us have master's degrees in our field, and we regularly complete continuing education units in order to maintain our licensure. We take great pride in our work, and we do this job because we love our students and we want the best for them. Our work matters because we make a meaningful difference in students' lives. Yet we often feel forgotten or misunderstood. We are usually the only speech therapist at our school site, and it can feel really isolating. I understand with school consolidation that will change. As excited as I am about us getting to see each other more frequently, I'm also concerned about us having enough office space. We each need a quiet office. If the room that I am in is so loud I can barely hear myself think, I certainly can't expect the 8-year-old with autism and ADHD I'm trying to assess to be able to focus. Standardized assessments require a quiet environment to be valid, and there is strong evidence that students learn and perform better in quiet environments too. This is especially true for the students who need sensory and behavioral support, as many of our students do. So if 2 of us are at one site, we cannot use a single office simultaneously. We should not be working in rooms that are part of the multipurpose room due to noise from lunchtime, assemblies, and after-school programs. Our offices need to be private and have a lock. We are bound by the legal obligations of FERPA and HIPAA, and we need to keep student data confidential. We are concerned because looking at the proposed layout for consolidated schools, we do not see any consideration for school sites that may require space for additional specialists. There are 4 SLPs who will be impacted by school consolidation, and while I can't speak for the other specialists such as RSP teachers and psychologists, I encourage the board to consider their needs as well. My colleagues are going to share about some of the other challenges we face in our jobs and our concerns about school consolidation. Please take our concerns seriously. We love Berryessa, and we love our students, which is why we need to speak up so we continue to serve this community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Mary Grace Cerezo?
Sorry, I'm Kristen Jackson. I'm a part of the speech
Okay.
pathologist.
As long as you gave me your card, you're fine. Just let me know your
it's
name.
up there.
What's your name again?
Kristen Jackson.
Okay.
Thank you for taking the time to volunteer and serve on our board. Your time is greatly appreciated. My name is Kristen Jackson, and I have been a speech-language pathologist in Berryessa for 26 years. Prior to that, I was a paraeducator at Northwood Elementary, and prior to that, I was a student who attended Ruskin and Sierramont. Berryessa is home to me. I've seen a lot of changes over the years. When I first started, I joined a very small team of SLPs until they all started retiring or moving on to other adventures. When they all left, we struggled to hire contract or district employees, and we found ourselves for the next 18 to 20 years or so having more contracted SLPs than district SLPs. People would say to me, "Wow, you're the last one here." That was really hard to take at times. Every SLP I asked expressed concerns about high caseloads, working conditions such as difficulties with shared rooms, and burnout due to the many intense programs at certain sites. Over the next 10 years, I was asked to take additional cases that were not at my school. And it was usually because someone dropped the ball or an SLP left mid-year. And this left me very overwhelmed and stressed because of the time. By the time the case got to me, it usually involved an advocate or a lawyer. When I was the only district SLP, I was so desperate to have a team. I participated in numerous interview panels in search of new hires and even recorded a PSA for the district. I flew to Florida to be a part of the recruiting team at our national convention, ASHA, which is where we met and hired one of our current SLPs. I'm very pleased to say that we have a full district team for the past 2 years, and I really want them all to stay. Many years ago, I tried to voice my concerns to CTAB, but eventually had to step down because it was just me and I felt like my voice wasn't going to be heard. I have concerns about the inequity of the SDC classes at some sites and not others. This will affect the DIS pull-out service providers, general education teachers for mainstreaming, and administrators because they are all a part of the IEP team. Burnout is real. I am extremely sad to learn that Ruskin is also losing our SDC class. This class promotes inclusivity and increases awareness and acceptance of different abilities. Please help support the SLPs by advocating for better office environments, reduced caseloads, access to materials, protected prep time so we can better manage our current students and piles of paperwork. Too many times I've shared an office space, had materials taken and misused, and I've had to say goodbye to yet another qualified SLP because of the stress and burnout. I feel like we have the ability, so we really need to try to keep our current team intact. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker. What's your name?
Monica Vatz. Good evening. My name is Monica Vatz, and I'm a speech-language pathologist. I've been in this field for 27 years, and this is my 5th year with Berryessa Union School District. And I truly love what I do. I greatly appreciate you giving me this opportunity to speak about a matter that directly impacts the quality of services that we provide to the students on our caseloads. I would like to highlight the challenges we face when we are required to travel between multiple sites and how it impacts our productivity and time management. I currently work at 3 different sites. And while that might sound fluid and flexible, it does create a lot of difficulties of sorts, chaos, and inconsistencies. First on the list is time commuting. It takes anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes to go from one site to the other and actually start a session. The time spent commuting can instead be used for direct student interaction, therapy planning, documentation, and collaboration with the teachers. Secondly, it's not always easy to find a workspace at each location. It is frustrating when there is no available desk, no room, or necessary equipment to conduct our therapy sessions. We are at times placed in storage rooms and closets. Another hurdle is carrying our bulky therapy materials and test materials from one site to the other for our students. This can be cumbersome and disorganized. Scheduling and coordinating therapy sessions across multiple sites that align with both the students' and teachers' availability is a constant challenge. Communication with teachers, parents, and other staff members is essential, but it is extremely time-consuming and sometimes leads gaps in support. And last but the least, burnout and stress. Juggling multiple schedules, keeping track of paperwork, and constantly traveling can result in significant stress. The physical and emotional toll of managing multiple caseloads can lead to burnout. In order to ensure that our students receive the consistent, high-quality therapy that they deserve, we would like to suggest consider fewer schools per SLP, workspace for each SLP at each location, provide centralized or digital therapy materials that can be accessed at different locations, and also support our SLPs with flexible scheduling and additional administrative assistance. We all share the same goal. By addressing these challenges, we can ensure that our SLPs have the resources, time, and support that they need to fulfill their jobs effectively. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Annie Choi. I'm the SLP at Noble, but I'm going to speak on behalf of Julie Finkel, who is our SLP at Sierramont and Piedmont. So Julie has the honor of being an SLP at Berryessa for 5 years. She's working at Sierramont and Piedmont for over 4 years and has been the primary SLP at both sites. She has to go between both middle schools to see all of her students. Often she has to go back and forth for IEP meetings, testing, and however rewarding this job can be for her, she has a very delicate balancing act in which she has to share her office site. She has to work with the population of students. Middle school speech language services comes with its own set of challenges. For the past 4 years, since August, her caseload has exceeded the maximum capacity of 55 students. Each year, she has been given 60 to 73 students with the expectation without additional support. Students are having to be scheduled to follow the student's IEP every year. She has to, she handwrote this. She has to get support from her amazing, other SLPs. So other SLPs from other sites have to come and help her. So caseload sizes are just too high. Currently, she's seeing 54 students per week, and most of her students are seen twice per week. And that's roughly 85 to 90 students per week. For testing, she has middle school. For middle school, it takes a minimum of 7 hours per student, and that is administering the testing that we score, interpret, and write up reports that are typically on the average of 16 to 30 pages per report. As of today, she's on her 17th assessment for the year, and by the end of the school year, she anticipates having approximately 30 reevaluations for the school year. Besides servicing students, she collaborates with teachers and staff, she writes IEP goals, and she case manages. There's just not enough time during the school days. For our speech language rooms, there's not adequate sizes to hold all of the students. Her speech room is literally called the dark room, and that is apparently what it actually was, a dark room to develop film. The room is a crammed and tight. Students are smushed together, and at her other site, she was moved from a classroom into a small room that is appropriate for about 1 to 2 students at a time. Many of her students, especially this week, have been frequently saying that they were moved into a closet. So her students at this site have been asking, why is the speech room moved to a place that isn't a true room? Numerous 7th and 8th graders said repeatedly that they were moved to the closet for speech because they're in SPED, and which is obviously not true, but these are their thoughts. From the students, again, they have the trust and rapport from her. They come into the middle school, and having numerous students express these emotions is not okay, and she urges the district to consider SLP case sizes and adequate classrooms for SLPs and students. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, Pauline Toeta. Hello, everyone. I wanted to start by saying thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. My name is Pauline Toeta. I am a speech language pathologist at Morrill Middle School, and I am also a mother of an autistic student attending Laneview Elementary. Within the district, Morrill serves some of our highest support needs students, also known as the moderate to severe population. I currently serve 60 children on my caseload, which is more than the cap of 55, and half of which are mod to severe students. As an SLP and a mother of a special needs child, I hold myself to a high standard of service because I want to provide the quality of care that I know my daughter would deserve. I treat every one of my students as I would my own, and I strive to give my best each and every day. But it is so hard to give your best when you are not given the tools and support that you need to succeed. On a daily basis, a speech therapist is expected to provide therapy, lesson plan, assess students, write reports, update IEPs, consult with teachers, create visuals, write social stories, contact parents, almost done, input Medi-Cal billing hours, track our service times, and attend IEP meetings, amongst many other duties. Imagine the mental load that is being required of us when we need to switch from seeing back-to-back groups of students to writing a 10-plus page report, then evaluating a student and ending the day by logging on to an IEP meeting that will probably run for over an hour. There is not enough time in the day for the responsibilities and tasks that we are expected to do. We are constantly asked to multitask and switch gears at the drop of a hat. Almost every day, I find that I am staying hours past the school day and even taking work home in order to provide the level of service that I know my students deserve. We also do not have a budget for our materials. Most of my therapy materials are bought using my own money. I love this district and I love my job as a speech therapist. When I joined Berryessa as a newly graduated SLP, I was excited to join a great community that I care a lot about because I grew up here. I want to stay to support this community, but we ask that you also give us the support and tools we need to succeed in return. Because if I cannot do my best, then how can I expect my students to? I also wanted to give a shout out to the Laneview community. I know that we are a strong community and we are going to get through this closure together, but I ask the board to please help make this transition as painless as possible for our families, students, and teachers. Many of the teachers and staff know my daughter personally, not because she's a troublemaker and not just because I'm an employee, but because they genuinely care about their students. Please respect their wishes, listen to their needs, and let their voices be heard. They deserve the world for all that they do for our students. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Natasha Gillespie. I'm a speech therapist at Vincy Park and Majestic Way this year. Hello, board members. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude for you being here and listening to us tonight. I urge you to please consider all special education service providers that will be impacted with the consolidation and all of the movement it includes. While enrollment is decreasing, our caseloads are not. Our workloads are increasing. A caseload of 55 students with mild communication disorders could be manageable. Caseloads like ours, however, include a range from 3-year-olds up to 8th grade, a range of students with very mild communication disorders, all the way up to students with higher needs with more supports. This doesn't support the provision to a free and appropriate public education. There are many of us that are at or over the caseload maximum. We're providing direct services to these students. We also have pending students who are in the process of being evaluated for special education services. These students are not being accounted for when looking at our caseloads and our workloads. Until the assessments are completed, a report is written and a meeting is had to discuss the eligibility for services. These students are part of our schedule for the entire 60-day timeline leading up to that meeting. That's a lot of work that is not being considered. High caseloads result in negative outcomes. SLPs are not able to provide additional resources that we used to provide, like visuals to generalize skills to the classrooms and to visualize social stories for the needs of our students. SLPs are taking work home after the contracted workday on weekends and on holidays just to meet the demanding timelines because we don't have the time during our day. The direct services that we are legally bound to for all of these students are what we are doing during our workday. Then we have extra paperwork and everything that goes with it to do outside of that time. We're not able to use the small snippets of time between groups because of our impacted schedules. It's leading to burnout and low morale. It can lead to student needs not being met and students remaining on IEPs longer than necessary. Our job description has significantly increased. Our students' needs have also significantly increased. Carrying a caseload of over 55 is no longer the best practice when we are required to meet each student's individual needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay. That's everybody from this group?
That's it for speech.
Okay. All right. So now Mary Grace Cerizo.
Good evening, members of the board, staff, and community. I'm Mary Grace Cerezo, proud parent of 2 daughters at Laneview, Logan, a 3rd grader, and Sloan, a kindergarten student in the SDC program. I'd like to address the future placement of Laneview's SDC program. This will be Sloan's 3rd school transfer in 3 years. She started pre-K at Laneview in 2022, was moved to Toyon in 2023, then returned back to Laneview for kindergarten. It was first proposed to the board to move her program to Summerdale, while other students attend Majestic or Northwood, separating Sloan from her sister and peers. Last month, the school boundary impacts presentation revealed that Northwood offers no special programs, while every other school in the district does. Northwood currently has classrooms built and configured to support the needs of special education students, yet BUSD is effectively isolating this essential and vulnerable part of our community. It is deeply troubling that only a certain group of children have access to attend Northwood. This prompted me to visit the BUSD website and review the mission, vision, and core values, and it emphasizes an inclusive, student-centered environment where all students are valued with a focus on equity and diversity, which would require the following: creating a space where all students feel respected, valued, and supported, regardless of their backgrounds or abilities in their educational journey. Ensuring that all students have access to the resources, opportunities, and support they need to succeed based on their individual needs and circumstances. Embracing differences, including neurodiversity, and representing all students' needs and backgrounds. I acknowledge the difficult decisions the board faces during this challenging time. While the complexities of school closures and the planning that follows are significant, I urge the board to act in the best interest of all students by transferring Laneview's SDC program to Northwood, using their mission, vision, and core values as the foundation for their decision. This move will provide a safe learning environment for our special needs students, maintain the integrity of our Laneview community, and reaffirm BUSD's commitment to inclusion, equity, and diversity. Let's remain true to our mission of fairness and community for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Amy Martinez.
Good evening. It's encouraging to see that the concerns raised by parents and staff at the last study session were heard, and that the new proposal has accounted for the specific needs of many of our students with autism. I want to again express that placing Laneview's SDC team back together, including the preschool autism class, should be a priority. Disbanding our autism program 2 years ago affected the collaboration between preschool and kindergarten teachers, and the transitions between schools have negatively impacted our students. The preschool assessment center does need its own space, and a psychologist's office space is not nearly big enough for this. Having the assessment center at Northwood would also overwhelm the Northwood administrator, who would need to be present for dozens of IEPs for incoming students, in addition to the IEPs for current students. It also does not make sense to me to house a preschool assessment center at a site where there are no preschool students enrolled. Looking at the projected map, there is still space for approximately 80 more students at Northwood, so there should be space for my 10 students. There are classrooms with attached bathrooms on site that were specifically built for preschool programs. Placing preschool classrooms at locations that have appropriate bathrooms will save the district money and reduce future construction projects. I propose the board strongly consider advocating for my pre-K autism program to be placed at Northwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Mazariegos.
Good evening. My name is Erica Mazariegos, and I am the third grade special ed teacher at Laneview. This is my 6th year working for Berryessa and my 28th year of teaching students with autism. I grew up here in Berryessa. My siblings and I attended Brooktree Morrell. And when I married and had my own children, I was happy to have a home in the same neighborhood, allowing my kids to also attend those schools. I always had the goal of finding my way back to Berryessa to serve the students in my neighborhood. I was proud to be able to join the district in 2019 and grateful that I was placed at and welcomed at Laneview. At Laneview, we currently have 3 autism-specific day classes where our students have the opportunity to grow and progress from kindergarten to 5th grade. We previously also had the preschool autism class at Laneview, which moved to Toyon, which unfortunately is now also closing. Having all 4 classes at Laneview gave our students the benefit of having the continuum of their learning at one school with one community. It gave us SEC teachers the opportunity to build rapport and observe strategies being implemented with the students that would join our classes, making for less stressful transitions. Since all of the preschool SDC classes will now have to be relocated, we urge you to consider putting the preschool autism class back with our team so that the students and the families can get a head start in building their relationship with future teachers and their classmates. While there are other schools in the district that have multiple SDC classes on site, what makes Laneview SDC program different is that our classes are placed within our grade level sections. We have doors that open up directly into our neighboring gen ed classrooms or pass-throughs that lead to those classrooms that our students can easily navigate to and from. This allows our students greater opportunity to be independent and included into their general ed classes, and the general education teachers the assurance that we are in close proximity if support is needed. It allows us to open up doors and invite our students' grade level peers to work together on projects, for teachers to co-teach lessons, for our students' general ed peers to serve as buddies, and for the SDC teachers to support the general education teachers in serving students in their classrooms who learn differently. We have seen the revised proposal to move the autism program to Northwood instead of Summerdale. That allows our students to remain with some of their Laneview classmates and to be in classrooms with doors that close, improving our students' safety and reducing their level of noise in the environment. We appreciate that the needs of our students were heard and considered. We ask that you continue to keep our students and their right to be included in mind when deciding their placement within Northwood. In our hearts, we know that the best place for our students is Lakeview. With our inclusive community that took decades to grow. Despite what others have come to this podium and stated, it isn't easy to pick up 3 autism classes and to put them anywhere that space is open. It will take years to rebuild the program. The students' acceptance among peers and their level of inclusion that our students deserve. We will not easily adjust, but we will always work hard to do what's right for our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rosewood.
eh, Northwood as our new SDC home with our relocated Lakeview community is a positive start, but we ask you to consider and include our autism preschool. Eligibility for autism is increasing. The district will need to find spaces. They need to make room. The 3 school closures will affect every school in the district, not just the 3 that have been closed. All sites will need to reassemble to include the new incoming population. These sites are going to have to evolve and restructure is going to be needed. The TK program is the first experience for families, and they need to know they belong. It is fundamental to include TK in our program. It is where empathy, education, and inclusion begins. They deserve to be placed with us. The district needs to find a way to include them in this transition. We understand it's challenging, but we ask the board and the cabinet to reconsider and include the autism program complete with the TK through 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Orlando Monterosa.
I actually put good evening, good afternoon, but it's evening now. So, my name is Orlando Monterosa. I'm a parent of Lester Monterosa, currently a happy student of the HDC classroom at Lakeview that belongs to Miss Shanti, which I'm happy and glad that she's one of my best teacher. Before, used to be a student of Miss Amy, which I'm also concerned about her location. That I wish that it can be also located to a same school that now is proposed to be Northwood, which I'm happy in, and I'm gonna skip some of the concern that I had before, just to make it short. We all know the issues that closing the Lakeview school and location to our relocation of our students and school staff will be causing. So all these have been discussed during a previous meeting already. So at the same time, I'm so also proud the way our Lakeview teachers, caregivers, and parents have been spoken up loud and clearly, expressing their disappointment and concerns of sadness and also hopeless of where after decision have been taken are on a previous meeting. We understand the decision have been taken, so now we have to find the best way to make relocation accommodation and transition of our student a new school and environment the best way possible to provide considerations and inclusion to our SDC students. So my kid is diagnosed by with autism severe number 3, and now and no one understand autism parent except autism parent except other parents, caregivers, and professionals who are being walking through this journey. So I expect from you guys the same concern. That's why we understand how this transition and changes will be affecting our kids. So I would like to ask for the following: choose the best school with all accommodation for their needs, 4 walls classroom, restroom in the classroom, play equipment, technology, keep students with the same teacher and caregiver professionals, keep all the teacher from Lane view together on the same school, since our kids will recognize their future teachers and helper for a smooth transition. Please, before to start making any decision based on numbers and studies, please think just a little bit about this SDC community and focus on providing all the necessary structure, accommodation, and technology that will make their life better. At the end, that's what we're looking for, right? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Shanti Durai Raju, sorry.
Good evening, board. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Shanti, and I am a kindergarten through first grade STC teacher at Lakeview. I'm here to address some of the concerns already raised by some of my colleagues, as well as specific concern regarding my grade level students. It is crucial that our students feel welcomed and included in their new learning environment. As a teacher of young children, many of my students rely on diapers and pull-ups and are working on potty training, which is part of their IEP goals. We need a classroom setting that fully supports these needs. Currently at Laneview, my classroom is fully equipped with bathroom inside the classroom, which has been vital in helping my students learn the important life skill of potty training. At Laneview, our STC teachers collaborate across grade levels every week, building rapport with our future students. This connection makes transition into new grades smoother and less challenging for the students. We have had this collaboration from preschool to 5th grade until 2 years ago. However, when the preschool moved to Toyan Elementary 2 years ago, it disrupted the connection for our upcoming kindergartners. I'm requesting that the board consider placing the preschool STC program back with the Laneview STC team at Northwood. This will allow students to continue building relationship with their future teachers, fostering smoother transition, and providing a sense of comfort and safety. Bringing the preschool to 5th grade STC together again at same site will enhance our ability to collaborate, making transition less challenging for students, especially those with transitional difficulties. It will also give families confidence that their children will stay within the same school environment from preschool through 5th grade, just like their typical peers. I urge the board to consider this request and prioritize the need of our students in making this decision. Thank you for listening my concerns.
Thank you. Megan Evans Wilson. Okay. Tom McDonald.
Alrighty, Tom McDonald, Laneview Elementary, 5th grade. I teach 5th grade with a grade level partner, and our classrooms have adjoining doors. We both mainstream students from our autistic specific classroom that's located within 10 feet of our classroom. This close proximity allows us to mainstream students independently and provides the opportunity for quick intervention when necessary. I spent my first 4 years in Berryessa teaching at Ruskin. During my time there, I did not have any mainstream students. I acknowledge there's a difference between mild moderate and moderate severe. But the fact remains that I started my last 4 years at Laneview without any extensive experience with teaching neurodiverse students. I remember being nervous and uncertain of how I'd be able to mainstream, but I was reassured by my colleagues and given the support, so now it's a second nature to me. I mainstream 3 kids regularly for math, and I often have another 1 or 2 just come to my space because they know it's a safe space for them. Last Friday, we combined our classes for a game of dodgeball for PE. We were unsure how her students would adapt, but we were determined to make it work no matter what. Her students quickly adapted to this change in schedule, and along with the support of my students, were able to participate fully. Furthermore, her students were visibly showing signs of enjoyment and smiles beaming across their faces. It was beautiful to watch. The Laneview community taught our students the importance of acceptance and inclusion, and seeing this displayed by our students warmed my heart. The thought of this disappearing next year is an injustice. I've been the coordinating teacher for science camp for the last 3 years, and every year students from our autism program attend camp. We work together as a team to determine what supports are needed, and we do whatever it is we need to do to make it possible for those students. We also accommodate our autism program students with our school events by starting them half an hour earlier for that population before they get overcrowded. Larger crowds of people can create more stimulus, and this can be overwhelming for those students. So by starting 30 minutes earlier, we're making those events accessible to all students. This full inclusion was a result of a program that's been developed over the last 20 years. This program cannot and will not simply transfer to another site and still maintain its integrity as it stands now. Not only that, relocating the program comes with great costs. Sites will need to be renovated, and Laneview already meets all the needs for this program. California is moving towards a full inclusion model, and Lakeview strives in this area. We can be a model school for other schools in Berryessa, and Lakeview currently has the highest percentage of mainstreaming in Berryessa. I urge you to make a motion to rescind your previous action as that's within your rights to do so. It'd be in the best interest of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Rhoda Balu?
Good morning, evening, afternoon, anything at this point. Thank you so much to the board. Thank you, Cabinet, for this opportunity. I just, I know we've heard numerous people talking about Laneview, and the change affects every single one of our students. General ed students also will be affected as much as our special ed students. However, with our very young special ed students, any change in a child who has special needs causes tremendous angst for that child. They're not throwing a tantrum. They're not, making a point. They are literally losing it. And it could be the most simple changes. Instead of having snack after circle time, now we're going to go outside. That's it. And then they're done. It'll take minutes, hours, whatever. So when we're talking about something like a school closure, it is massively huge for the families, and the families who have children with special needs have more to think about. And it's not so much of an us against them, it's just the way it is. And so I come to you as just asking for support to really understand the concept of why we're asking Laneview Preschool to stay with their Laneview counterparts. This program's been there for at least 20 years. I've been with this district for 16 years. Miss Amy has been here 3 years longer than I have. So we've been here for a long time. And the entire time, except for the last 2 years, she's been at Laneview. And it's not that, wouldn't it be nice if we all stayed together and just, kind of continued? It is so much more than that. And when we were looking at our LCAP, I'd like to bring that in. We're looking at our LCAP, we talked about learning experiences for children, the best learning experience. We were talking about how do we involve parents and families. One way to do that is to have a school or a setting where parents just do not have to worry about where's my kid going to go next. They don't have to worry about, okay, she's here for kindergarten, she's going to go there, she's going to go there. That we're here, we're in a community, and these people know us and care about us. That is, I can't explain that more than I can. It's so imperative, especially if we're really serious about community and families. And I understand you obviously have a very big undertaking, but please, it's 10 students, but those 10 students make a whole school, and they will make such a big, just one less thing that parents don't have to stress out about. So I thank you. Good night. And I will, I'm done, and I'm perfect timing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Vinod Kumar Nakala?
Hey, I'm Vinod. I'm parent of 4th grade Cherrywood student, and currently we have been assigned to Summerdale Elementary School. First of all, I would like to thank you guys for hearing us and assigning it to grandfathering the 4th grade kids to Ruskin Elementary School. And I would like to thank for that. And at the same time, I would like to request if we can adjust the boundary for the rest of the kids to the Ruskin boundary, because right now the way in which a small section has been assigned to Summerdale, where we are forced to cross multiple signals on the Berryessa Road. It will be safe to cross Morel than the Berryessa Road. That's why I would like to request if we can reconstruct that small portion between east of North Capital and in between Morel to assign it to Ruskin, where the count may be much less than what we counted earlier. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Krentz?
like this thing. Messing with it all night. All right. My name's Sarah Krenz. I am a fourth grade teacher at Laneview. I am here on behalf of the inclusionary practices that we currently have at Laneview, and how important, as you've heard, it is for this to continue at the new site. I work next door to Rosewood. We have an open door policy, so we literally have our classroom door open. This is for both sets of students to find solace. My students go there when the need and the moment it needs to be met. Her students come to me for multiple reasons. Our district's Facebook page actually mentioned us as an SDC inclusion classroom after a visit from a Santa Clara County judge that Miss Rose had arranged and invited my students to participate. So it goes both ways. These relationships are not an accident. They are purposeful, they are intentional, and they clearly, as you've heard, did not happen overnight. They took patience, they took willingness, as Tom has said, from teachers to step out of our comfort zone and open up our classes and our hearts. So the need for community and inclusion and acceptance is imperative for the brains of our students to feel safe to learn and thrive. As a strategy keeper myself, taught by Dr. Nikki for the past 3 years, I've actually stood in this room and taught other teachers and staff in this district the need for inclusion. So not only do I stand here as a teacher, but I feel this needs to be taught to our incoming sites, that I'm happy to help provide those services, but this does need to be taught to our incoming teachers that are going to be receiving new populations that haven't practiced inclusion in the way that Laneview has done it. I've heard horror stories about how other students are being included, being given their own recess time. That's not inclusion, right? So as a strategy keeper, I speak on the understanding of inclusion for the brain, for the families, for the body, for the mental health. I do understand that it was going to be tough, but this priority needs to be for full inclusion with classes and grade levels next to each other. I have heard that you guys will not be putting the SCC classes into the portables, and I appreciate that and I respect that. But again, that decision does come at a site level where you're going to have tough conversations with teachers who are pretty set in their ways. And many teachers are very set in their ways. So you do have an opportunity tonight to show that inclusion is essential in our district, and that community is the medicine that will bring us together instead of separating this population even more. And I'll finalize with Dr. Nikki. What's good for kids is good for adults, and what's good for adults is good for kids.
Thank you for your comments. Piyush Bansal.
Good evening, district members and board members. So I'm here, like my name is Piyush Bansal. I'm here to express concerns regarding the new proposed boundary changes between Berryessa, Capitol, Morrill, and Sierra. So we have been assigned to Summerdale, like a small portion of the Cherrywood community is being assigned to Summerdale. As discussed in this meeting, there are like around 52 students. So the whole idea about this consolidation was to keep the impact minimum, but we are distributing Cherrywood students to 3 different schools. So that is not keeping it minimum. So like Cherrywood is impacted the most, and there is major concerns about the community that is assigned to Summerdale School. They will have to cross the Berryessa Road, which last year had multiple fatal accidents. We have provided that news articles to the district members. Even after like providing those details, nothing is being listened from the families. No consideration is being made. Now we are looking at the data. Initially, when we looked at the data, Cherrywood was the least. Uh, Cherrywood was not on the numbers to be closed. Now, after the decision has been made to close the Cherrywood, now we are saying we are looking at the data and Ruskin has that capacity. So to minimize the impact to the students, we can keep Cherrywood students to do 2 schools itself. the like distributing them to Brooktree and to Ruskin. For the overflow situations, right now we also have the overflow situations with Cherrywood. Overflow situations can be managed uh, on case by case basis, right? We are all like, I think we are saying that we have inter-district transfer process, but that is not transparent. We are saying that Ruskin is at capacity. So let's say if a lot of families apply, for Cherrywood families apply to move to Ruskin, no, nobody is going to get to the Ruskin because Ruskin is at capacity. So that process is not transparent. We are just moving 12 students. So out of 52, the remaining are 40 students. So we can consider moving 40 students to Brooktree as well as Ruskin. So, mm, so the impact will be minimum with the students. There won't be like traffic and safety concerns crossing the Berryessa Road. This year itself, there is one fatal accident on Berryessa Road. So safety is one of the most important thing that I wanted to address this thing. And intra-district process, I feel it's just like for now we are saying that, but since we don't have capacity, I don't think so that will be considered like when parents will apply for inter-district transfers. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Umang Doshi?
Hey everyone, good evening. Parent of two kids going to Laneview today. So I have two concerns. One is the after school, because we are now going to Northwood, and I did hear that there are discussions happening with Rock and other programs to add more students and capacity at the current schools that are still going to be open, but we haven't seen updates on those. It'll be great if updates can be provided to all the parents, right, in the community. Second is, so I live in the Cataldi Park neighborhood, and when we go from Camargo towards Northwood, right, on Cropley, that Cropley is currently 2-lane roads each side, and when it merges to Capital, that's a terrible nightmare, because the Capital signal as well as a signal which goes to Northwood, those two signals combined creates almost a backup to Camargo, right? So the whole bridge 680 down to Camargo. This morning I noticed that as well, and so you guys did talk about talking with controlling traffic and the situation around that. Again, I haven't seen any update on that. Maybe especially in the morning time, consider doing the third lane going in that direction, right? As we've seen in some cities that they do with signal traffic lights, adding an extra lane in traffic direction. So something to consider, because that itself took me 8 minutes to go from one end to the other end, right in middle this morning today, right? So in the morning, 8 minutes is a lot of time to just cross that road. And third thing I want to say, thank you for, I think inclusion and acceptance is a great thing, right? My kids go to Laneview, third grade and first grade today, and I have seen kids with autism, right, in various classes during assemblies as well as the student awards. They all participate together in a lot of community events that happen in Laneview, right? And so it's a great community that has been built at Laneview, not in just the past 4 years that my kids and we have been going there, but through the years, right? As we heard the teachers talk about it last year. So thanks for sort of bringing the kids together. Just this Monday, on our way to school, I was having the conversation, and we went from a different direction, and the kids were like, "Oh, this neighborhood now is going to go to Majestic, right? And then we are going to go to Northwood. But then why are the autistic kids not going to either of these schools?" So even they were worried about kids with autism not going currently to their peers, right, into these two different schools. So thanks for and today as I looked, that change has happened. So thanks, and really appreciate it. And the last thing I want to add is, I remember 2018-19, when the boundary change happened and that Katali neighborhood was then took to Laneview, that time also the amount of students that were handled by Northwood was north of 700. Today we are only talking about 590 students. So one class extra addition, the TK to K that's been discussed, should be okay to add, I would think, right? In terms of capacity, back then, if there was
Thank
so
you
much
for your
capacity.
comments.
So
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
comments. Right, so more discussion by the board? Or does someone have a motion?
Let's talk about some of the issues that were raised. Yep. Dr. Fuentes, go ahead.
Yes,
please.
before you continue your discussion, continue just your discussion. Before you go to a motion, we do have Harold Freeman here, our legal counsel. He needs to walk you through the resolution because since at the last study session, there was still conversation and all decisions hadn't been made. There are some blanks that need to be filled into the resolution so you could have that discussion today, and Harold will assist with that language. Okay.
Should we take a short break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
related to
I see, okay.
facility.
All right, who wants to start with the questions?
I can get it started. So, as we were listening to some of the comments, my question was going to be about uh, the campus size. One of our parents did allude to that. So I had the from our study session, I had the school capacity calculation table that was presented to us, and it shows Northwood with a capacity of 670 students with 25 classrooms. Additional classrooms, 3 if needed, with a capacity of 85, with a total classroom capacity of 754. According to this chart, I mean, it might be dated, I don't know. This was presented to us during the study session. And the projected number of students we have is 587. So I'm just curious, did we remove portables from Northwood to relocate to some other place, or was a site reconfigured in some way that we have fewer students now and less space?
No, so you have to remember those classroom capacities are calculated based off of every classroom being allocated off of a certain maximum number of students. So then when you're talking about having, say, 3 autism classes that have 10 students in them each, or in this case, there's only 22 students in those 3 classes, then we're not maximizing the space. So when you look at that across the board, as we said, not every single class and every single grade level is filled to that maximum. So then those capacities are then reduced. Then we also look at some of the spaces that are calculated and that we're using for music or other programs. And so that also then reduces the capacity. So when we go back and we look at how many students are going to be in each classroom, how many teachers and staff are needed for each classroom, and then to have space for our other programs, then we're looking at being at maximum classroom capacity based on the current configuration. Now, if you change the configuration, again, like I said, if instead of having 3 SDC classes there, then of course, then you can fit 75 students instead of 22. So does that make sense? Or even more, because some of the upper grades can be up to 30 students, 31. So you can have up to 90, 92 students versus 22.
So it's to do with how the classrooms are configured, not necessarily how many students are there. So I'm just curious. I mean, some of the comments, some of the concerns expressed, with the preschool progression, SDC, the autism preschool progression to the upper grades, seemed pretty valid. So I was just curious how we can. Is there any other way we can reconfigure to accommodate that request? And while you think about that, also, I think I asked that question prior to the public comments about having like a proper space for the SLPs for assessment. I think I asked Dr. McCreary whether the proposed space at Northwood is optimal, is the best place for them. So those two issues, I just wanted to bring that up, to see what we can do to accommodate that specific question. If the rest of the board has any concerns on that. or comments?
So as far as how can we accommodate, bring in any other students, the only way we would be able to accommodate that based on the classroom utilization is to adjust the boundaries so that we move students elsewhere than that would be going to Northwood. So taking a look at the boundaries and then making an adjustment to the redrawn boundaries to then free up space, that would be enough at Northwood to accommodate that. Another thing to keep in mind also is that at 587 projected students for next year, that would make it the highest amount of students that Northwood has had. So I know there was a comment from the public about there being 700 students. That's not true. The highest was, I think, 584 students back in 2019. Prior to the boundary change. There might have been projections that showed that it would eventually get up to be that high. So we're already looking at having Northwood at a capacity of higher than they've ever had in the past. And then I'll let Dr. McCurry address the ed services piece of that question.
So once again, every classroom is going to be filled. So there's no space for an additional preschool based on the recommendation that we have before us.
So my question was for the SLP, there were concerns from the SLP.
Yeah, we can
team
always
also.
relook at the assessment center. That's not going to throw anything off because there's no official students going to be enrolled specifically in that classroom. And it's a smaller classroom. It's more of like a school psychologist room. So it's not a full size classroom. And so we
Right.
can look at the assessment center specifically if but there's very few open classrooms throughout the district. And so that is also something that we took into consideration. Also, another thing that we took into consideration is the school psychologist who oversees that program is also housed between Northwood and currently at Toyon. So she has a location currently at Northwood, so that's how we landed on that. But once again, the assessment center I don't think is as big of a concern as the potential of adding another preschool class.
Yeah, I mean that was my concern too, but hearing that, we're at the maximum amount of classrooms that we can have at Northwood is unfortunate, but it's the reality that we have to face. And so, yeah, that was also my question too. I also just wanted to ask about crossing guards at Berryessa. I'm currently also supportive of the boundaries as presented and the recommendation before us, but I would just like to request that we take a look at I'm pretty sure there is a crossing guard there already, but if we wanted to advocate to the city or bring another crossing guard to make that extra safe for students crossing that Berryessa street as well, because I know it is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and since our last study session, we've had 2 meetings now with the city, and we have various projects in the works. One of the things that they've requested from us is sharing all of our current crossing guard placements. If there's any crossing guard placements that are currently in schools that will not be in place next year, to give them our recommendations for relocating those crossing guards. Which areas do we think specifically they would be needed? Also, as I mentioned last time, there are currently 2 crosswalk enhancements, 1 new crosswalk being placed along Cropley and Messina, a second enhancement crosswalk being done off of Sierra Road and Mauna Kea in the Ruskin neighborhood. We've met with Councilmember Cohen as well as with the city team, letting them know that there are other targeted areas. We provided them already our preliminary boundary adjustment just so they can see what we're looking at right now. So we could highlight for them the different major thoroughfares that we had concerns with. They have also already worked towards scheduling our sites for traffic studies. So we've got the proposed dates already in their calendar, and we're going to continue talking. One thing that they shared too. And, we said we're happy to support their efforts on hiring crossing guards and help, advertise the need for fulfillment of those positions. That's been a challenge, I guess, for the city over the years. But they were definitely amenable. Today, as a matter of fact, I had a county superintendent's meeting, and the city of San Jose was there. They referenced all the districts that they were aware of that were working through school consolidation processes, and that they had that on their radar to attend to. And all of our council member partners were present at the meeting today too. So we were all hearing that same information and that same level of consideration and support as we propose the changes that we feel our schools will need for safe routes to school.
That's great. I realized I was looking over my notes one more time too. I just wanted to address the SLP's concerns as well. I just wanted to voice that, they should be able to have an actual space. And then if they are having concerns over noise, we should be able to accommodate for that. Like if there's anything that we can use to buffer noise to make that class or that classroom or wherever they're at soundproof, like soundproofing walls or something, we should take that into consideration as well. And that was, I think, everything else that caseload. And I also heard concerns about different sites as well, but I think that can be addressed in future conversations as well. But we definitely do hear you, and we want to ensure that you all are heard, and we hear you, and we want to make sure that you are all successful. And so even though we can't address it right now, we will talk about it more in the future as well as we continue on the school year and even with negotiations too.
The other aspect for traffic is one thing for the for that small section of community that has been of Cherrywood students that are assigned to Summerdale. There's a way to get to Summerdale through Ohlone, to Morel, to Berryessa through there, just avoiding the capital. I know the capital Berryessa mess. I know how bad it is. There's a way to avoid that. And also with the comment on Camargo, Cropley going towards Northwood is a challenge. I know that place. Also going to be a challenge for children that are in my neighborhood that will be going to Brooktree. They have to go past on Hostetter past Capitol, and those it gets really busy because students coming from Ruskin, Sierramont, Piedmont all come on Hostetter going towards the freeway, going to on the other side, and the lights are not synchronized because they're managed by two different agencies. VTA and the city controls Capitol Avenue in Hostetter. Caltrans controls the ramp and Four Oaks. None of them talk to each other, and it's extremely frustrating. And I walk that route every morning to go to Cherrywood for my crosswalk duty there, and I see the mess it creates, and it's going to add stress to our community too. And that frustrates me with the city that you mentioned that they want to do a traffic study for the school sites. I mean, it's a school with students. It's imperative that there should be safety measures. I don't need to have a traffic study to understand that school site, the road that runs in front of the school needs to be safe, right? I don't need to spend three months studying traffic and speeds and all those things. It doesn't make sense. It's part of my frustration. I think I've expressed it, and it's like whenever you mention the city traffic and stuff like that, it triggers me. It just just frustrating to have those conversations again, and they're coming back with the same bureaucratic thing, red tape thing, just more paperwork, more traffic studies, more this and that. I mean, it's logical that that students crossing the crosswalk, students running around in the class, and it's in the schools. Better make the streets safe. Period. I mean, I don't need to spend 3 months studying traffic there, right? That's just me. So those things definitely, like I think I've I pushed you last time also to be more aggressive with the city about these things. Just use logic instead of hiding behind these bureaucratic things. It's just I'm sorry, I'm just just a little triggered with those things. But to alleviate some of the concerns, especially for that community that is getting assigned to Summerdale, you don't need to really get to Capitol and Berryessa to get to Summerdale. You can go from the other side, go from Ohlone to Morrill, and go to Summerdale that way. And Summerdale is much closer, comparatively closer than Ruskin is from that point of view. And Ruskin is not easy either. For those who have not been to that area, Mauna Kea, Sierra Mauna Kea, Danby, and all those things, Turlock and Tulare, and all those streets get really, really busy because we share space with the high school over there too. So traffic-wise, it's not going to be any different, whether it's Ruskin or Summerdale. But those things need to be definitely need to be addressed by the city. I currently manage crosswalk at Cherrywood. I'm happy to contribute or continue contributing at Ruskin if we cannot find more parents stepping up to help out with the crosswalk at Ruskin. So, but anyway, so I think I was completely triggered with the city talk. But let's continue pushing the city on trying to get rid of some of the bureaucracies in there. But I'm okay with the boundary proposals. Especially even including those the small community for Cherrywood for future students to go to Summerdale. And I appreciate the fact that we try to accommodate the existing impacted students and trying to grandfather and at least the fourth going to fifth grade students, and then on a case-by-case basis look at the other grades. And I completely understand the challenge of the school size and all that stuff. So I appreciate that, but I'm okay with the future boundary proposals that have been mentioned. So I'm okay with that. I'll wait until all comments before making a motion.
All right. Any other questions or comments? So
I'll ask Harold if you could please come forward and share with the board the outline of the resolution.
There we go. So what you have in front of you is a resolution that has blanks, as was mentioned in it. What we have up on the screen is a version of the resolution that has the language filled into the blanks, reflecting the discussion that has happened. It's essentially the same proposal you saw at the last meeting, updated as you heard tonight. So if you look at I'm looking at the screen with you, you'll see the numbered sections after that whereas clause. That is the description of the boundary changes. So it's laid out there. Again, we weren't able to do that before the meeting just because we wanted to have space for you to discuss that. So the way that the resolution works is it lays out a little bit of the history, then it goes through and it talks about each of the boundary changes that would be made. On top of that, it then goes through and talks about the California Environmental Quality Act at great detail, because the irony of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, is you have to use up as much paper as possible to address the environmental issues. But it does talk about the traffic issues. The district did have a traffic report and findings prepared to support a notice of exemption under CEQA. And I know, Kim, I'm buzzing through this quickly. That essentially establishes why it is that you're not doing an additional CEQA study beyond this. So with adoption of this resolution, you would be implementing the specific boundary changes that get repeated in the beginning in the whereas clauses, at the end in the therefore clauses. and you'd be authorizing staff and your consultants to move forward with filing a notice of exemption under CEQA, and thus implementing this. The one question I have for you all and for Kevin specifically is with the grandfathering piece of that, is that addressed in this current language if it's going to include the fourth graders?
No, we would have to amend it if needed to add in the grandfathering language.
Okay, that's what I thought. So if what I'm hearing coming together tonight, if you did want to add that grandfathering language, what the motion would be, well, let's assume first not adding that. The motion would be to adopt this resolution with the additions that have been displayed on the screen and that you have on your screens in front of you. If you wanted to add the grandfathering piece, you could further request, and we can work with you on the language of how to do that. Again, with the grandfathering piece of it being that the fourth grade students currently at Cherrywood would be able to be included for their fifth grade year at Ruskin. And so
Sorry to interrupt you, Harold.
Yeah.
Kim, can you zoom out a little bit? Some of us are old here.
It's right there too.
I actually had a quick question, but relating to the facility. So as Kim is zooming, I just want to ask, so it's not so just to get clarity, is it possible to add another portable to Northwood for the SDC preschool? Is that we can't do it?
No, the max that we can put at Northwood at this time is 3.
Okay.
And if you can explain why?
So all of that has to do with a lot of the infrastructure that's currently there for power, things of that nature. We looked at all different ways that we could add. We looked at, could we add over by the current kinder classrooms? And the reality is that what we don't have necessarily marked on there, but are displayed on the map are other classrooms that we lease out to San Juan Bautista. And so we have already a lot of additional portables on that particular site. And so we're not able to do more than that.
Thank you.
Is that it? So basically, we could approve this resolution, and then if we want a grandfather, we'd have to say that we want a grandfather, the amend. So
it'd
how,
be a
what would
motion-
the language be if we want to do
A
that?
motion to approve the resolution as displayed on the screens with an amendment to the resolution, and then you can pick the exact wording of your choice, but essentially to grandfather the fourth grade students from Cherrywood into fifth grade at Ruskin for next year.
Gotcha. Okay. So is there a motion to do that or anything else?
I make a motion to grandfather in the fourth grade students to be added into this resolution. And
So
go-
to approve the resolution and,
Yes.
and amend to add
and amend to add the fourth grade students.
the 12 fourth
The
grade
12 fourth grade
students.
students with the direction of the Lakeview SEC program going to Northwood as well.
So the motion is to accept the resolution with the amendment to grandfather and the identified students from Cherrywood going into fifth grade.
And this
should
one,
be now
it already
placed
contains the Northwood students or the special ed students going to Northwood, correct?
Right. If that was the correct motion, then I will second it.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board?
One last thing, thank you so much to staff for putting together the schematics for Northwood as well. I know that took a lot of work and it looks really great. And so we really appreciate all the work. So thank you.
And if I can actually just, for the record, I wanted to add one thing just really quickly I should mention, which is for the traffic analysis that was done, that did not originally include those 12 students going over, but I've conferred with the traffic analyst, Gary Black from Hexagon, and he confirmed that that's a small enough addition that it doesn't change any of his conclusions.
Okay, and then, just from staff, so we're making the boundary changes and then, any adjustments or any staff feedback, then, we'll also consider and then, hopefully if hopefully we won't have too many improvements, but if we can make any improvements in the future, we will definitely look at that. And it's kind of a work in progress. So we're going to start here. And then if anything we can do to improve, the experience for students, staff, or parents and in the community, we will definitely consider that. All right. So we have a motion and a second.
This is a resolution, so it's
resolution.
a
So
roll
we'll
call
go roll
vote.
call. Kim.
Yes, Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug. Aye. Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Trustee Srinivasan.
Aye.
Okay, so the resolution is approved. Thanks, everybody, for all your work. Thanks to all the community and teachers, staff for your all your input. All right, so now we can move on. So item B, 10B2, Measure A Committee Appointment, Superintendent.
It is recommended the board appoint CTAB unit member Betty Chen to the Measure A committee.
I move to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved in second. Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion passes. Item C1, Resolution 2411, criteria for determining seniority for certificated employees with the same date of first paid service. Superintendent?
It is recommended the board adopt Resolution 2411 as stated.
Is there a motion for Resolution 2411?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second that.
Any comments or questions from the board? All right, all in favor?
It's a
Oh,
resolution.
sorry, I always forget.
Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug.
Aye.
Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Trustee Srinivasan.
Aye.
Resolution is approved. Item C2, Resolution 2412, establishing criteria for determining order of seniority for all those classified employees with the same date of first paid service. Superintendent?
It is recommended the board adopt Resolution 2412 as stated.
Okay, roll call.
Move to approve resolution.
I'm sorry.
2412. Sorry.
I'll second.
All right, moving to second. Now roll call.
Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug.
Aye.
Trustee Nguyen. Trustee Srinivasan.
Aye.
Okay, resolution is approved. Resolution C3, Resolution 2413 to eliminate or reduce the number of certificated employees. Superintendent?
It is recommended the board adopt Resolution 2413 as stated.
Is there a motion for Resolution 2413?
I'll move to adopt 2413.
Second.
Comments or questions from the board?
So we're, no, I think so at the end of the day, I'm just trying to see how many actual positions are being affected because some of these positions are empty. That's not part of this.
This is certificated employees, so this is our teachers and administrative
I got it.
team.
Yeah. Okay, it's the other one that I was asking. Okay, all right. I'll move to adopt. Did I move to adopt already? Yeah, all right. Move to adopt.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any more comments or questions? And then it's a resolution.
Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug.
Aye.
Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Trustee Srinivasan.
Aye.
Okay, resolution is approved. Item C4, Resolution 2414 to decrease the number of classified employees due to lack of work. Superintendent?
I do want to note on this item, there is a corrected version that's been attached to the agenda. There's not an adjustment to the number. However, there is an adjustment made to the specific titles of the classifications. And it is recommended the board approve the amended or the corrected item as stated to adopt Resolution 2414 to decrease the number of classified employees due to lack of work.
Is there a motion on the resolution?
I'll move to adopt the question again at the right place that we are freezing those positions that do not have.
So this resolution has multiple positions. There
Right.
are positions where individuals will be impacted
I see.
based on our school consolidation process. In addition, there are positions on this listing that are currently vacant that we are exiting out to meet our budget requirements.
I'll stay with the motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Comments or questions from the board? All right, roll call.
Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Trustee Haug.
Aye.
Trustee Nguyen.
Aye.
Trustee Srinivasan.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, resolution passes. Item D1, Positive Prevention Plus, fifth grade human growth and development curriculum update and adoption. Superintendent?
Before you have further motions on this item, we do have a presentation. So we invite Nicole Paredes here to share with you an update regarding this curriculum implementation.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Fuentes, Executive Cabinet. My goal is to be brief and clear with this presentation. It is both, it's an update on the journey we've been on. And if I can click this. That one's showing something different. Do you want to do this? And just, no, I'll just hitting the wrong. There we go. It's late, as I know. Yes. Thank you. So the purpose of this presentation is to update the board and the community on the fifth grade human growth and development curriculum pilot and our recommendation for adoption. I'm going to briefly talk through the process, the timeline, and the recommendation. So this work actually began before October of 2021, but that's a key date because the curriculum review committee worked to identify curriculum, and I came before the board in November of 2022, sharing all of the information and feedback from the curriculum review committee, which included teachers and parents and caregivers, for the recommendation for us to pilot Positive Prevention Plus for our fifth grade students. The intent of that pilot was to use the materials, gather feedback, and then come back to the board with a recommendation for adoption once we had additional feedback. What ended up happening is we had a successful pilot, we gathered the feedback, and then Positive Prevention Plus informed us that they were revising and updating the curriculum. And so we decided to continue from the next 2 years with the materials that we had. And then I'm here this evening to share with you what that feedback was and the process that I went through with staff to get to our recommendation. So in October, we held a meeting with fifth grade teachers. The outcome of that meeting was to review the feedback, to have additional discussion, and then come to consensus on the best plan for curriculum and our recommendation for adoption. So I shared the background information with the teachers in that meeting, went back to the work that had been done previously with the curriculum review committee, the recommendation for Positive Prevention Plus pilot, and that through that pilot, we gathered feedback to evaluate, and then our intent was to come back that same spring with a recommendation for adoption. Again, Positive Prevention Plus was developing a new version. They told us it would be available in 2023. So we continued, as I shared, the 2017 version, which we had purchased for the next 2 school years. So the options that I put forward to the teachers to guide the conversation, our first option was to make no change for this school year and to continue with the 2017 version, and then to begin to engage in a formal process again for reviewing and selecting new or the upgraded Positive Prevention Plus curriculum for next school year. And that we would come forward with a recommendation for adoption for the 25-26 school year. So that was one option. The other option that I put forward was that we upgrade to the current version, the 2023 version of Positive Prevention Plus, and use it this school year and beyond, and that would be our recommendation for adoption. So in that meeting, the process that we went through was we reviewed the feedback from the 2017 version that we piloted in 2022 and beyond. We spent time learning about the current updated version of Positive Prevention Plus. And then I walked the group through what the process would be for us if the decision was to engage in a new process to identify curriculum. Then we were going to vote on which option we wanted to go through, discuss that preferred option, and then ultimately come to consensus. And so the feedback that we received from teachers, the ones that responded, their overall experience with Positive Prevention Plus was positive. They felt the materials were easy to use and prepare for, and that the content was interesting, engaging to students, inviting student discussion. And we only had 9 teachers give us that feedback previously, but the group that came together, we had additional conversation and discussion and feedback gathered. So then we talked about, so what are the differences between the 2017 version and the current version? And really, the changes are minor. The order of the lessons and the topics as they're presented change slightly. And there's also updated resources and online resources available with the new version. But you can see the topics, there's still 8 topics. They're in a different order, but generally not huge changes between the 2 versions. So then I shared with them what the process would be if we were to move forward with a curriculum review process and consider additional curriculum. So that would have been in November, putting a committee together to review curriculum, spending January through April reviewing that curriculum, getting input, analyzing the options, and then coming forward to, excuse me, to make a recommendation for adoption. And then you can see we would have ordered materials and then train and use the materials. That should be 2026. 25, no, that's correct, sorry. So we would have continued with our current, and we would have engaged in a process to look at all options for curriculum. So we took a vote at that point, and it was a unanimous vote that those that attended the meeting and engaged in this process voted unanimously to go with the option of upgrading now to the 2023 Positive Prevention Plus program. And just to be sure, we also went through the FISTA 5 consensus protocol, and there was unanimous consensus from the group to come forward to the board with a recommendation to adopt Positive Prevention Plus, the 2023 version. So following approval, the next steps would be we would order those new materials. We would provide professional development for teachers. And we would need to provide professional development only to teachers that are new to teaching 5th grade or human growth and development. We will offer kind of a overview refresh for teachers who have already been fully trained with Positive Prevention Plus, but really just to help highlight and help them understand what the minor changes are. We will hold parent review, curriculum review sessions. They will get a letter with all of the opt-out information. And then in May, provide human growth and development for 5th grade students. The schools select the actual dates. And that is what I'm proposing, recommending. Oh, thank you. Was I quick? Try to be quick. Any questions?
So the change from the 2017 and 2023, I see the physical, social, emotional changes during puberty is replaced. It just says puberty. Have you seen the content? I mean, do they address those physical, social, and
They
emotional
do.
changes?
They
I was just
do.
curious why that has been removed, because that's a critical part of puberty, right?
Yes, it definitely is. I think they just refined it and made it more, how would I say? That particular lesson in the 2017 version has a lot in it. And so they've broken that out. So for example, they wanted to start with friendship, whereas friendship comes late in 2017 version, because really that's the basis for understanding healthy relationships, right? And then that goes into bullying. Your question specifically about puberty, it does include those aspects. And the social emotional piece also comes in through the understanding bullying, friendships. So they've just tightened it up somewhat, and changed the order. Those are the big differences, not a huge difference. And the teachers at the meeting appreciated that there weren't huge differences, right?
All right, any other questions? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve and adopt the Positive Prevention Plus 5th grade human growth and development curriculum.
Okay, moving to second. Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item E1, Brandon Corporation, change order number 1
Oh,
for,
it's, you got D2?
oh, D2, sorry, jumping ahead here. D2, reclassification criteria of English learners.
It is recommended the board approve the district's new English language learner reclassification criteria. As you heard this evening during our LCAP, we have new assessments that we're administering. So the criterion is changing to incorporate those new assessments.
Move to approve?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any
I'll second
comment-
it.
Any comments or questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, motion passes. Item E1, Brandon Corporation change order number 1 for bid B13 2023-24 for the MOT warehouse demolition. Superintendent?
It is recommended the board approve this change order. It's a credit back to the district for $22,940.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Item E2, CMA Painting Inc. agreement for replacement of exterior siding at Vinci Park Elementary School. Superintendent?
It is recommended that the board approve the CMA Painting Inc. agreement, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for bid B 22425 for the replacement of exterior siding at Vinci.
Move to approve?
Second it.
Any comments or questions from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Item E3, Environmental Systems, Inc., change order number 1 for bid B03 2023-24 for the exhaust fan replacement project phase 2. Superintendent?
It is recommended that the board approve this change order number 1, and it is a credit back to the district for $60,631.
Move to approve the change order.
I'll second it.
Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Item E4, IT Management Corporation, Inc., request to use CMAS contract pricing from the contracts number 32302, 1028, number 32301, 1009, number 31870, 0019Q, and number 31870, 0019R for the purchase of equipment. Superintendent?
It is recommended the board approve this agreement as stated.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. Item E5, NG Construction Approval of an Agreement for the Replacement of Fire Alarm Systems at Vincy Park Elementary School. Superintendent?
It is recommended the board approve the NG construction agreement, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for bid B32425 for the replacement of the fire alarm system at Vincy Park Elementary School.
Move to approve.
Comments or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. Item 16, request for staff follow-up. Okay. 17, items for future agendas.
Or this time.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're adjourned at 10:58 PM.